Hello, everyone. How are you doing today? Gonna do some pottery. Pottery. Can you hear me? Let me check my mic real quick. Edit mic settings. All right. Let's make sure the mic's working. Mic's working. All right. Let me check some other things. I don't hear the applause, but I'm playing applause. Oh, I know why it's not playing because I am still connected to the Bluetooth that's in the living room. We disconnect from Bluetooth. It's going to be a pretty long stream. I'm going to be streaming from about now until probably 7 a.m., 6 a.m., maybe 5 a.m. When I get exhausted, I'll go to bed, but I'm trying to make a kiln load for Fairhope Art Walk, which is, there's a glare on that light. Anyway, Fairhope Art Walk, which is February 6th, and today is January 23rd. So I've got about 10 days to do so. Today's Tuesday, the 27th of January. It's 9 p.m. And I'm going to be throwing wheel thrown items. I plan to make a teapot. I plan to make maybe a casserole dish. Maybe, I don't know. We'll just see as we go. I'm going to throw some cups. Probably start with some bowls and some cereal bowls and just kind of, I'm not going to make any sets of items because a lot of times, I'm not really, except for the cups. The cups will all be weighed the same, but I'm not going to make sets of bowls and sets of things because nobody usually buys more than one item. But I don't know. We'll just see. I've got some bowls ready to throw here. I'm about to start throwing. I'm going to have a cigarette first, just chat a little bit. This is going to be a really long stream, so feel free to, when you get to this video, just fast forward in any way you want and watch it any way you want. I'm going to edit it possibly and put little 4-minute shorts that I find nice out of it and post them later. We might be joined by a guest. My friend Johnny Jitters might join us in an hour or so when he gets off work. He's at work in Denver right now. He's in a different time zone. He gets off work in an hour. And my roommate Ian is going to participate somewhat in watching me throw and doing coffee. Hey Ian, come say hello. Come get on the screen over here. Come stand right here. Say hello. This is Ian. Is known as Matthew Mills is his real name, but his art name is Ian Glass, SOR, and he's a really good friend of mine.
It's just Ian Glass now. I left the SOR. Johnny said to leave the SOR off.
Okay, so he's Ian Glass. Period. And check out his paintings on DoylePottery.com or DoylePotteryArtGallery.com.
I'm about to start my own .com too.
And he's going to start his own .com. I've got two .coms now. I've got DoylePottery.com and DoylePotteryArtGallery.com. I want to keep the art gallery a little simpler, and the Doyle has more entertainment on it. So now I'm paying 2 monthly bills on that stuff, but that's okay. Everything's doing great in the Doyle house. Roommates Rick and Nick are doing well. Ian happens to be a new roommate, and
we all get along. We're all cool.
We all get along great. Ian's probably going to break from here and make dinner in a little while, I think. Is that right, Ian? Mm-hmm. Ian's making us a...
I can just make some pasta along with some of the leftover chicken. We made chicken thighs yesterday.
Yeah, and make the cream sauce like you were talking.
Yeah, we make cream sauce with garlic and a little bit of tarragon and the cabinet. A little bit of cumin.
Want to make the zucchini too, please.
Yeah, I'll make the zucchini.
If you need help with the zucchini, Rick can help you. But Rick's not. Rick is doing
I
well.
don't need help with that. That's very easy.
Rick's not doing well. He's sick, so.
I only need help when you get about 4 or 5 different complicated items at one time.
So I'm gonna finish this cigarette and get right into throwing. See if we can get the glare off the screen. And that glare is terrible. The glare is terrible, but there's nothing I can do about it. Maybe I can clean the screen a little bit. Ian might do a little music playing for us in a little while. Do some singing. He's a really good singer. He can make up pretty good vocals while he's playing. Actually, excellent vocals while he's playing.
I can play really excellent vocals when I actually write it down and practice it.
Yeah, that's even better.
I'm gonna do that soon because I got my on my Mac.
Let's see.
My setup on my Mac is M5 chip Mac Intosh computer. The Mac
Messenger. What can I? Who can I tell?
PC in existence.
Tell him, Mom, that I'm live. Go to the link, Mom.
No PC smaller than the
I hope Mom watches this. Oh, we got a viewer. I don't know who the viewer is. Let's see if it tells me who the viewer is. Like viewers. Live viewers. One live viewer. I'm not sure who you are. Doesn't tell me.
Stick with it, though.
But
bring more people to the chat.
I'm gonna finish this cigarette here and go right into the throwing.
Nobody's doing this kind of shit anyway.
Enjoy the stream this evening. You can come back at any time. I'm going to be streaming from now until probably 7 or 6 in the morning. I've got a full kiln load to make before Thursday, and today's Tuesday. So I got to work in the clay, and at least wet clay I can do until Thursday. Friday I can do some leather hard clay work, like adding handles and trimming things, but they got to dry by Sunday. I load the kiln. Wednesday morning at 9 a.m. I will be doing glazing with my friend Heidi. And then Friday morning before 10, by around 10 a.m., 11 a.m., they'll all come out of the kiln. And Friday next week is Art Walk in Fairhope. We will be setting up at Art Walk. We haven't determined the location yet, but sometime around Tuesday next week, I'll start calling different venues and asking if we can set up for free in Fairhope for the 6th. I will add that in the description to this video on the 6th, on Tuesday next week. And you can come back to the description, come back to the live feed on Friday and see where our address will be, where we'll be located. And then the following week, we will be in in Mobile. First Friday of the week is Art Walk in Fairhope, and second Friday of the month is Art Walk in Mobile. Ian, you want to play a little music for us? Okay, we got one person watching. Not sure who it is. I don't know how to figure out who's watching. See if I can figure that out.
That's okay. We don't need to know who's watching.
Shit, can you, if whoever's watching, can you try to write a comment, and maybe I'll receive the comment. Can you comment who you are? I'm not sure who you are. It doesn't tell me.
Hey, Pokey.
Let's see. Click on this. I've already invited everybody on Facebook. In an hour, we're going to have Johnny as a guest.
Well, let's make the thing as a snake. Like
people.
The snake, the little bend.
No, it doesn't say people.
Let's make
Media assets, private chat. No.
angry with me. Quick.
All right, it's time to get to throwing. Set this cup here. Cell phone.
Tell me what to do, and I'll give you anything you need.
I don't need anything but you to go have a seat here and get these
I need
dogs
to
to be
get this.
quiet. Dogs, be quiet. So I got to make 4 bowls. Oh, I got started and they left. Oh well. I'm gonna wait till somebody's watching this.
I'm watching and you're watching.
I'm gonna wait till somebody's watching to get started.
But I want to make the thing. I'm not worried about that. I just want to make the thing. Let's make the thing for the
Studio
thing.
chat, one person.
We don't need anybody to watch for us
There's
to make
studio chat. Let me try to open the YouTube.
Let's just make the cake. I don't care if anybody watches.
You on YouTube. YouTube. Let's mute it.
People are gonna watch whatever my shit's fucking
Mute.
best shit they've ever seen. It's really good and my shit's the best shit they've ever seen.
I'm watching now. Okay. No. Well, somebody's watching, so I'm gonna start throwing. I wish you would tell me who's watching.
It doesn't matter. Mobile doesn't like to support art.
No, they don't. Not
They're
really.
jealous of
But
art.
now my friends and family, they like to support. Watch it, dog.
Yes.
They like to support art, and
My
I've got
friends do.
a lot of my friends are my patrons. They enjoy
My friends are
my
my
work.
family. My friends are my family.
They left again.
I don't have regular family. I have friends, and they are my family. I'm the family I choose. That's better than family. You choose your family. You don't choose your family.
I'm not making something for your snake right now.
Can we make something for my snake?
Yeah, not right now. Well, I've got all night, bro. I'm not stopping streaming until probably 5 or 6 a.m. I don't know if you're going to be up that long, but I will.
I'm going to be up there. I slept all day.
I took a 4-hour nap today.
I'm good. I can stand too.
I do got to throw some small bowls because they're really the best seller is bowls and coffee mugs. So I'm going to start.
The bowls look really good.
I'm going to start with the items that really need to be made, and then we'll make some different items that aren't as important.
Yes, sir. You, sir, because I respect you.
Don't call me sir, Ian. Come on, bro. I'm Doyle. No, not when we're no. I'm not sir.
Yes, sir.
All right, Ian. You can call me sir, but I don't really want you to. It's too serious. Anyway, throw in a bowl. They don't take long to throw. That's a good bowl. That's a bowl. I don't want to throw it too big because it distorts when you take it off the wheel. It's just this ball of clay. This is about the right size. Wire tool. There's the first piece of the night. We have 49 more pieces to make, at least, or maybe 59 more pieces to make. I'd like to make about 60 pieces for this kiln load. Let's take it off the wheel. Start filling up these shelves.
I'll wash it soon because I gotta wash a lot
Is
of
there
your
another
sheets and blankets.
used towel I can use?
I'll
This
find
one's
one.
too dusty. If you have a used towel I can use that's not too, it can be dirty. It just needs to be dry. open up a YouTube so I can see myself. Gotta mute it so it doesn't have reverberation. There we go, it's muted. Does that show me as a viewer? No, it does not. So that was just all. Doesn't show me as a viewer. Got a little delay in it.
I already have paint on it.
Quite a bit of delay.
There's oil paint on it already.
Oh, we got 3 viewers all of a sudden. Let's throw. Hello, everyone. Doing pottery all night. Gonna be live till 6 a.m. Maybe something like that. We're gonna kill load for artwalk in fairhope. Oh, gotta get a lot of them done today as much as possible. So they'll all be finished and dry by Sunday when they go in the kiln, their first run, and then Wednesday morning at 9 a.m. I'm glazing them with my friend Heidi, who loves to glaze with me, and she has the days off Friday, Wednesday. So she's a
very nice person.
very nice person. She came here and did a donkey from my mother's creche about an hour ago. She was here in the studio. She didn't want to go live, so I waited till now to go live. Another goal. Yeah, she'll want to go live. She's learning and shy, but so can y'all see that well? Yeah, y'all see that.
Yeah, it looks pretty good the way you guys
This is my roommate Ian, who's with me. Ian Glass.
What's up, everybody?
He's a really cool person. He's a very talented painter and musician. I drooled.
I want to be a ceramic artist too.
And
I want to do sculptures.
right now, what I'm working on is just making items that are just little sale items like bowls, cups, coffee mugs. I'm going to be working on those for the next hour or two. And that's what I'm making. I'm making a bowl right now. Just starting with bowls because they're the easiest and they're the quickest. And I'm just going to make them kind of spin out some bowls real quick.
They look really cool when you put that gold when you put the gold in the bowls.
Yeah, if you look up on YouTube at Doyle, you search for YouTube at Doyle with cheese. It's DOYALWCHEESEE. At Doyle with cheese, or you can look at a video of me applying 22 karat gold to a bowl that was from 1999. The bowl was finished in 1999. I keep drooling. So it was finished in 19. So there's another bowl. We'll trim this. This is my second bowl of the night. Get this off. It's got to dry for 2 days. Really a day. It's got to dry for a day. And then there's a bowl, cereal bowl. We keep making them.
It's a ramen bowl.
It's a ramen bowl. Too small. I'm making them kind of thick because I want them to be utilitarian. I can make very thin bowls. I'm in high school when I first started throwing on the wheel. I made the thinnest little bowls, trying to make them as thin as I could. Just trying to push my limits of how thin I could make a bowl. And I made them like a 1/16 of an inch thin. They were so thin. And I decided in my long run, it's better not to do that because they're just too fragile.
And that won't last a long. You want it to last a while.
You want it to last a while. You want to be able to toss it in the dishwasher and toss it in the sink.
You can bake it if it's thick enough.
Well, even the thin stuff you can bake in, but
You can bake like all kinds of isn't
Yeah, you can
normally.
take one of my big salad bowls and just bake a chicken in it.
Yeah, you can do all that too.
My
It's very versatile.
my friend Trina Sills, she makes bread in my bowls. In my big bowls, she makes bread in them. Makes a nice round bread. She likes it.
I'm gonna start baking bread, like sourdough bread, and some of the stuff we do. I was to make like a baking pan for bread.
So I'm not really giving lessons, but this is the centering part of it. The part
He
of it.
probably will eventually.
I'm bringing it up real tall to get it.
I think eventually
To,
you'll
you
get
really
like the
don't have to
lessons.
bring it up that high at the center, but I'm trying to get the clay centered really at the bottom of the piece. When I bring it up high, I can kind of get the bottom of it centered better. I want the base of the bowl to be nicely centered. I don't know if you can hear my bat popping like that. I think it's because I've got a loose bat pin. That takes a little effort to fix.
Yoga, you need yoga. I can teach you yoga. It helps my back a
Yeah,
lot.
I've got a loose bat pin, so I'm going to take this water bucket down. A loose bat pin. Fix it. Repeatedly drooling. Why I'm drooling so much.
And because you're into it, and you're not thinking about
So
it.
there's one of these bat pins is loose. I can tell it. I can tell. You hold this. Yep, there's the loose one. I really need to tighten this with a pair of pliers, but I don't have any pliers.
Let me see if I have pliers in my
No, I can get it finger tight and it will
be okay.
hold for the rest of the night.
I think I have
There we go.
pliers in
That's repaired.
my toolkit. My
So,
toolkit.
after experience, you know when your bat pin is not right. It's just a bouncy bat, could be a loose bat pin, or an old bat that doesn't have good connection. And if you can do it, use a bat without bat pins. You just put a pad of clay, flatten it out like a plate, put grooves in it, and then just stick your bat to it. It works the same way. And to remove it, you just run a wire tool under it.
And if you have an old bat, you just get a divorce and then you leave that.
So now, oh yeah, much easier to center. No noise either. You don't hear that popping sound. Okay, this is bowl number 3 of the night. I'm gonna make probably about 8 bowls for the art walk. 8 bowls will be plenty for art walk.
Yellow ones, yellow and blue ones.
Oh, that's not
Like
centered.
I really
There we
like the
go.
yellow. When you do yellow, like it's the most beautiful things that you do for me. Yellow bowl looks so beautiful.
There we go. It's fixed.
Just a little splinter of gold.
I like my bowls with a nice fat ½ inch to quarter-inch lip on them. Nice fat foot on them. Fat lip helps it protect it from chipping. Makes the bowl last longer. What's also fun is if you have some chamois cloth, you can make a really slick lip by running chamois cloth over it. I don't have any.
We need to get some.
Or a piece of leather. A soft piece of suede leather.
Oh, okay.
Take this fat off the shelf.
To get the
So there's bowl number 3. Put it on the shelf.
situation, like any kind of indiscrepancy, it's gonna mellow those out on
So in
the
a
top.
day or two, I might do another live stream of the process of finishing all this work because that these bowls are not finished. They have to dry about a day and a half, depending on the humidity.
So do you leave the bottom part of it like that
That's
second
what I'm
bowl?
saying.
You
Is
leave the second part of it?
no, that's what I'm saying. When after about it dries about halfway dry, stiff enough to cut it, I'll put it back on the wheel upside down and trim it.
Okay.
Make a foot for
And
it.
what do you trim it with?
This tool right here.
Okay.
Trim
What's
tool.
that called?
It's called just a trim tool.
Okay. I see those.
You can use them to carve. You can use them. You can use them to carve sculpture too.
Yeah.
They have smaller ones for carving sculpture. So
Yeah, I bought some trim tools at one point, and I got some clay, and I was gonna do some stuff, but I never.
notice I don't just put a square piece of clay, chunk of clay on the wheel. You want to start with something round at least. It's gonna be round, so starting with it square would be
It would take
difficult.
too long.
It'd take too long to center after that.
Yeah, it would just waste time.
So when I attach it, notice I didn't slam it on there. I kind of set it in the middle. A lot of people think you got to slam it on there to get it to stick. That's a no-no because you usually slam it off an edge. You know, unless you're like really good at
And
slamming
you don't
clay.
want to put too much pressure on the wheel either. You want to.
No, the pressure on the wheel's not a big deal. It'll take 150 pounds.
Oh, okay.
Yeah,
so it takes a lot of
I
pressure.
could put 150 pounds of clay on this thing and it wouldn't harm it at all.
So it's just more about the way it sets and the way what you're trying to do with it. Like you want to make sure
you
that
don't
it's
slam it.
centered.
You want to slam it because you want it in the middle, so
Yeah,
it's
you
better
want
to
it
set
be
it there.
centered. Yeah.
I've seen teachers even say slam it on the, and that's just not what you do. So,
Be gentle with it.
and when you center, it's mostly when you have the wheel spinning in the right hand direction. It's really mostly your left hand that does the centering. It's odd that they call this the right hand turn method because I'm left handed and I spin right handed, but I'm kind of ambidextrous. So anybody
You're
that's
ambidextrous.
anybody that's left handed is automatically ambidextrous.
I asked you that one time. I said, "Are you left-handed?" You said no, and then I was like, "You said well, but then I realized that you use both your hands about the same."
Well, especially left-handed people use their hands as the same because the world is designed for right-handed people.
Yeah, so you gotta learn.
So they're always trying to do.
Right-handed shit.
Yeah, like even a screwdriver is for right-handed people.
I see what you're saying.
So like a doorknob is designed for right-handed people, and so you use your right hand so much as a left-hander, you get to use both. But I draw and I paint with my left hand. Well, I can actually paint pretty well with my right hand.
With your right hand?
I can, but not very well. But I can write legibly with my right hand.
I can kind of write with my left hand.
I can write legibly with my right hand.
Like if I focus, I can write with my left hand.
So I am pretty much ambidextrous, especially after all this wheel throwing.
I'm gonna learn how to write calligraphy with my left hand because I used to write calligraphy with my right hand. So it would be cool to know both ways, and it really does train your brain.
This is a little smaller bowl. It's got a little bit less clay.
This is nice. This is more like a ramen bowl. This is a ramen bowl. Bigger bowls would be like pasta bowls or like stew. Like
now these bowls have finger lines in them. Some people would use a metal scraper on the inner side of their bowl or a ribbing tool to make it completely smooth. But really, it doesn't make it any easier to clean the finger lines.
I like it better when it has the grooves.
I like the finger lines because it shows the maker. Whereas if you use a tool, it removes all the maker's marks. I don't like it without all the maker's marks on it.
I like the maker's marks.
I like the streaks of the imprint of the finger on your piece.
Yeah, it's the person inside the bowl. It's the person inside the art. You see the maker in there.
All right, that's bowl number 4. Just move a little bit out of the way. Bowl number 4, and I gotta go tinkle. You can talk to them about yourself and tell them about your art.
I don't want to do that. I just want to talk about the doggies.
Or go get your guitar and play.
These doggies, this name right here is Scarlet. Hey, Scarlet, where are you going? Come here, Scarlet. Introduce yourself. Your name is Scarlet. He is a good puppy, and she's been training my doggy, which is a baby 3-month pit bull, how to be good with all the other dogs. At first, they all growled at her, but now she gets along with all the doggies. She can even be in the cage with them. And Scarlett always takes her toys and tries to hide all my dog's toys. And here comes my, come here, my mind. Come here, my mind. This is my dog. Her name's Maya, and it's an old Sanskrit version of the word Maya, Maya, which means the illusions of the world. And she is my little Lovejoy. She is the perfect little puppy. She's the best puppy I've ever seen. I've had a lot of dogs. I had a black lab and a white lab, and I love puppy dogs. And this puppy dog is the best puppy dog I've ever seen in my life. My sister used to have a Rottweiler puppy, and somebody stole the Rottweiler puppy from her. That was way back in the day. Nobody's gonna do nothing to my puppy dog. My puppy dog is safe. We got a bunch of doggies, and we're in a cool neighborhood, and all our neighbors are cool, and our roommates are cool. Everything's cool here. And my little puppy dog is so happy here. Come here, Layla. And this is Layla, and she's such a sweet baby. Yeah, Layla's mama, she had a bunch of puppies, and she knows how to be good to my puppy dog, and she helps my puppy dog too. Her and Scarlett keep my dog safe and teach her what to do with all the other dogs.
I've got a hot water dispenser so I can make French press and I can make French press coffee in 2 minutes. Let's see who's beeping my phone. Somebody's talking to me. They're probably watching. Well, let me see what this phone says. Who's texting me? Heidi texted me. Oh, pictures of her donkey that she made. Yeah, cool, super cool. I need to tell her. And Heidi lost my mom's phone number. But I'll text her the phone number. Okay, I needed to text Heidi. She's kind of like my assistant. She's also likes to do art, and she's a very good painter.
She has cool ideas and stuff.
So, Ian, would you like to do me a favor?
Yeah.
Cut up 1 pound balls and measure them. Cut it into pieces. So cut it into about 8 pieces. Cut that block into 8 pieces, and then measure out 1 pound balls. And that's going to make cups and coffee mugs. Cool, really cool having you as an assistant in here. That's really cool.
No problem. I'd love to do it.
Yeah, you'll learn to cut clay and measure it. Tomorrow we're gonna be going live tomorrow night doing the same thing, and Ian's gonna work on a large sculpture. We might even get into starting him on that piece tonight. His first piece, I'm gonna teach him to make an amorphous uh, organic vase. So it'll have 3 feet, and it'll have 2 openings at the top, or 3 or 4 openings at the top, and the feet will come together and come apart and come together and come apart, and it'll be amorphous and organic.
Is there a certain knife you use to cut these with?
Use the wire tool. There's a wire tool up there, I think. You can use the wire that's right there, but you gotta clean it off first. Yeah, clean it off. See, no, don't remove it. Just wipe your hand down it. See the clay that's on it?
Yeah.
That's dry clay. You gotta get it off there.
Then I just cut it down
They
this
just
wide.
drop it on that wire and it'll cut it. So you cut it in half, and then cut it into 8 pieces. Do that?
Yes, I can.
Get you some coffee.
I used to use scales all the time when I was a cook.
So cut it one way and then cut it the other way and then cut it again.
Yeah, cut it down and then cut it the other way down. Yeah.
Cut it 3 ways.
I cut it like this.
Cut it 3 ways. You cut it one way,
I
then
cut it this way first, right?
yeah, and then 180 it and cut it again, and then flip it 90 and then flip it 90 and cut it again, or 90 and cut it into 8 cubes.
Yeah.
But that ball's about 10 pounds, so you'll have to take some play off that. But I need 8 1-pound balls. Make 4 cups and 4 coffee mugs. It's covered.
Cut it down all the way.
No, that's right. You gotta do the 8 pieces. Now separate the pieces. The weight.
They get them to 1 pound each.
Get them to 1 pound each and just make as many 1-pound balls as you can from that clay.
Yes.
And if one of them's too small, we'll just put it back in the bag. If the last one's too small, put it back in the bag. And use all the scraps that you pull off of it to make a ball.
I know what to do.
And whatever you do, try not to put air pockets in the clay. So when you take the scraps off, smack them together without putting air bubbles.
Yeah, I see what you're saying.
Air bubbles will mess it up on the wheel. It doesn't really mess it up in the kiln because the air bubble doesn't really matter in the heating of it, but it matters on the wheel. When you throw it, it'll throw it.
I understand. Air bubbles will fuck it up. I understand that.
Yeah, but I can always pop an air bubble on the wheel with a needle tool and then smooth it over. So, but on a vase, when you're throwing a tall vase or something, an air bubble can throw off the whole thing and make it flop. But a lot of times when you center, you'll squeeze out the air bubbles when you're centering it sometimes. If you use a specific centering technique, you can squeeze out the air bubbles where you bring the clay up real high and then back down, up real high and back down. Do that 4 or 5 times, that'll squeeze air bubbles out of it. But if you just squeeze it into a round shape, it won't squeeze the round air bubbles out. You got to move it up and down and up and down. When you do that up and down, it makes a spiral through the clay and it helps it be more centered for when you're throwing it. So it's really good to center it up as high as you can and center it back and then squish it back down. Squeeze it up and then squish it back down. That puts spirals into the clay and actually gets it moving in circles so that when it's moving in circles, it's just easier to throw after that. It's already, the clay is aligned in the particles to make a circle. Well, the alignment of the particles is important. Like in the base of a coffee mug, you want to compress the bottom of the piece because that way the particles flatten out and it helps it to not have cracks in the bottom. If you don't compress the bottom of your coffee mugs, oftentimes when you fire them, cracks will appear. Some people think you have to slam the piece on the ball on the wheel at first to get it to do that. That's not at all it. You got to compress it with your finger, going across it back and forth, pressing on the clay without really gouging into it, just pressing it down.
Do you want to go ahead and me hand you one, or
No, just weigh them all up and then we'll throw them all.
Okay.
No big deal. Then you can sit and rest and watch. I want you to watch. This is a lot of fun doing this with you, Ian.
Yeah, this is
And we got a watcher. Somebody's watching. Not sure who. It doesn't tell me who. I'm glad somebody's watching.
you can learn something
And this is going to be for you that's watching. This is going to be a long, long video. It's going to go on until wee hours of the morning, and you're welcome to come back at any time and take a break and come back and see what we're doing, and then tomorrow, if you want to watch the whole thing, you're welcome to. It's going to be on YouTube. I'll have the whole thing posted on YouTube on my channel, and I'll also possibly do edits. I doubt I'm going to edit these live streams because I want to do them weekly, and I'm not going to spend a lot of time on the computer. Yeah, just gonna
Just
have
let
to.
it be.
Yeah, just let it be. But like, I'll do shorts and things like that too. Yesterday, I did a short of the glazing, applying 22 karat gold to a bowl. It just finished firing, and it's cooling right now, and it will be cool enough to open probably tomorrow around 10 a.m. I think, because it's only at 1100 degrees, and I think that'll take about 12 hours to cool from 1100. I usually fire to 2100 for my glazing, but this is a specific low temperature for the gold application. And I have a new kiln over here that's a small kiln that my friend Heidi gave me. Heidi's the one that came over earlier and did a donkey, and let me show you this donkey. She carved the donkey. She modeled the donkey. This is her little donkey, and it's for my mom's creche, which is a nativity scene basically, creche in French, and it's for the nativity scene at my mom's house. And my mom has a sheep, she has a cow, and she wanted a donkey, and she was trying to get me to do it, but I never got around to doing it. And she asked Heidi to do it at the King Cake French Club meeting we had last Sunday. Today's Tuesday, and Heidi came over to make it for her, and she made her a little donkey today. I'm gonna fire it this Sunday. I love you, Scarlett, but now it's not the time. But I'm not doing anything right now, so I just guess I do. Scarlett wants to participate. You want to participate, Scarlett, and make some clay? You think you can make a little paw print? You want to put a paw print in a bowl? You want to put a paw print in a bowl? Let's put a paw print in a bowl. Let me see your paw. Let me see your paw. Come here, let me see your paw. It's okay. It's okay. Hold on, Scarlett. Scarlett, stop. Put a paw print. Oh, she didn't let me. Messed up my bowl a little bit. You're a knucklehead, Scarlett. Now I got a dent in the lip. Fix it. You didn't let me put a paw print, Scarlett, but it's got some semblance of a print. Doesn't look right. I'm rubbing it out. You knucklehead, you won't let me put a paw print in the bowl.
Rubbing it out.
You don't want to participate, Scarlett? Say, no, it's going to hurt. No, don't put my paw in the pot. It's going to hurt. Oh, no. Oh, no. You little knucklehead. Why don't you let me do it? I bet Layla would let me. I bet Layla would let me, and you wouldn't let me. No, no, no.
I have 10 of them.
Okay, ball them up for me and hand them to me. Here, ball them up and set them. Let me clean this bat and set them all on this bat. I don't want the dry clay getting in them.
Do I touch that water? Ball them up easier? Can I touch that water, or do
Yeah, yeah, but don't ball them up with wet hands. Don't ball them up with wet hands.
So you just do it with dry hands?
Just make them round. Yeah, if they're wet and slimy, they don't want to. They'll slide right off the bat when you stick it down. So here, just set them all on this bat. Round them up, round them in the balls, and set them all on that bat. Stack them on there. Cheers.
Cheers. Love you.
Love you too, Ian. You're an awesome roommate. I'll have a cigarette.
No, one country that I have to do just like this. That's why we get along.
practice. We were very creative, the two of us. You have a super good spontaneity in your art. That's cool.
And I like to refine stuff too, and I'm gonna
Yeah,
work on the
when you come up with a
work on all
plan,
of it.
when you come up with a plan, a lot of times it's more refined.
Yeah, I can do it spontaneous too. I like both ways.
So tonight
As long as I'm making art.
tonight I don't really have a plan other than to make dishes. Uh,
Everything else.
I want to make things that are functional for art walk because I don't want to use too much of the kiln space on one item. But sculptures are usually I like to do big sculptures. I don't like wasting time on a little sculpture.
I like little sculptures if they're significant, have like meaning this
I
small.
do need to make a nook item for my sister-in-law.
Like the urn is gonna be.
She's got this little nook about that big above her fireplace that we're gonna make a we're gonna make I'm gonna make a non-functional teapot. So just like a really abstract teapot is what I'm gonna make for her little nook. I'm thinking of those teapots that Harris Deller made, who was my art teacher's teacher, and he all he ever made was teapots, and he always made non-functional ones, and he made all these cool looking teapots throughout his career. He built a house out of teapots. Built a house from selling teapots, and he sells his teapots for like 1,500 a teapot. So he gets pretty good money for them. That that was in he was the teacher in Carbondale, Illinois when Tony Wright went to school there. Tony Wright's been the art teacher for 25 years in ceramics at South Alabama. He taught me for about 4 years. The first 2 years of college took under Lloyd Patton. Lloyd Patton passed away, but he was a very talented artist. And, he was very organized. Very his work was very pristine and sharp, and not necessarily sharp, but had a lot of character to it. Lloyd Patton's art, I don't think you can find any of it online. And Tony Wright's art, you can't find it online either. He doesn't post his stuff online. He might have a little bit of Facebook items, but that's about it.
I'm almost done.
I have 178 photos in my gallery on doylepottery.com. Uh, Always loving to post more photos on that gallery. It's only got space for 250 of them, and then I'll open another gallery, start another page of gallery. So I've got 178 photos of different unique photos of pottery. Some of us working in the studio, some photos of unfired pieces, some photos, just different photos. Scarlett, I love you. Now, would you please get out of my lap? Go on, shoot.
When you start making these, I'm gonna get my camera. I'm charging it right now, and then I'm
I
gonna
think
bring it in.
Scarlett realizes she's on camera. I think she
She's
realizes
trying to get in the limelight.
she's trying to get in the limelight.
Yeah.
She wants to be right on the screen.
She wants
You see,
anybody that's
do you see
watching to
yourself
be
on
paying
there?
attention to Scarlett. Scarlett's the most important.
No, I don't think she realizes. I think she just wants attention right now. She wants hugs. Come here and get a hug.
Oh,
Come here,
get a
try
hug.
and get a hug.
Oh,
Come here and get a hug.
you little
Here.
birdie.
Oh, my little cuddle
She
buddy.
acts like a bird.
Oh,
like
she loves hugs. Are those balls ready? Almost.
Like this is the last one.
You made 10 of them?
Oh, 10 of them.
How many did you
I'm
make?
gonna give you 8 right now.
Okay, keep making balls with all the rest of the
I got 10 right here.
All right.
And then that's the rest of it.
Yeah, make balls out of the rest of it.
You need to start. I'll make balls while you're doing it.
Come on.
Let me go to get while you're making.
Hand me that plat. That's 8 of them. right here. All right, so let's start with a cup. I always make the same design cup because I really, really love it. There's two designs I make. I make a stacking cup, which is just a angled cylinder, like a cone, kind of like a cone with a flat nose that sits on the nose. And then I make a rippled cup that you can hold in your hand that doesn't fall out of your hand. And they're kind of large. They hold they hold ice and a 12-ounce soda. So, or 12, they hold ice in 12 ounces. And they're made from a pound of clay. So I'm going to start with these ripple cups. I'm going to make four of those, and then I'm going to make four coffee mugs. Coffee mugs aren't as big as my ripple cups because I don't like a thin-walled coffee mug. Unless I'm making like an espresso cup. An espresso fourth of a pound, and I'd make it really thin. But a regular coffee mug, it needs to have some heft to it so that one, you can load it in and out of the dishwasher safely and all that, and so it retains heat because your second cup of coffee stays hot. And if you, my brother says you can't heat them up in the microwave; it heats up the cup, but just heat it up longer, it'll heat the liquid up too. And a hot cup is good because it really keeps your coffee hot. And I really enjoy a cup of coffee that stays hot till the end. And if you make your coffee mug too big, the coffee's not going to stay hot till the end. So I don't like a coffee mug. I don't like coffee mugs over a pound, but I do make some large steins for like beer. So when you make a cup, the first thing you do is, of course, make your center hole and you establish the bottom first. So remember, like I was saying, you compress the bottom. So I'm going back and forth across the bottom at the same thickness. Gosh, I'm drooling. It's
Quit
that beer
drilling.
I drink.
Quit drilling.
So the thickness of the mug needs to be just right so you can cut it off the bat. And these cups I'm not going to trim. I don't trim my cups.
Okay.
Now my brother wants a set of trim cups, and I will make him a set
Why
of
don't
trim
you
cups.
trim the cup? They set better?
It's just not necessary, and it's just they're so thin that they would have to be extremely dry to trim them, and it's just too frustrating to trim a cup, and I don't want to be frustrated.
But don't they set well on the bottom, like where they like really set? Like all the cups that you make, they look perfect to me. I don't see any need to trim.
No, they don't really need trimming because they have such a small base. Gosh, I keep drooling. Sorry about that.
Drool into your pocket or something. That's what I do.
Even though this is a little wonky, it doesn't matter because you'll see it'll all straighten up when I make the grooves into it. I'm just trying to get the clay even thickness out of the base of it so it doesn't have a heavy bottom. So then
I like those females with
you
a
make
heavy
your
bottom.
you make your grooves. You
Those
start from the
females with a
top.
heavy bottom?
You start from the top to make your grooves because if you make them from the bottom up, it will it will flop. So even though it's wonky, it'll be a functional cup. And a slightly wonky cup is a lot more interesting than a perfect one. Oh, I gotta trim the bottom. So I take my favorite wooden tool, which is this one. This is my favorite wooden tool. It's
Is that a whittling tool?
wooden tool. It's shaped kind of like a knife on the end, and I love the end of it is shaped like a knife. It's perfect for cutting the
I'm
clay away
missing
from the
this
bottom.
though. How are you doing the curvy?
Oh, you missed it.
Yeah, I missed it. Did you do it with the whittling thing?
I need a pointer tool. There's my pointer tool.
Are you gonna do another one of those?
Oh, I'm doing another one next.
All right.
Get down, Scarlet.
I gotta do it with my camera when you do this now.
Okay.
Missing what I want.
You want to make a video?
Yeah, I'm gonna make a video and watch you do it.
Okay, so that's the coffee mug. Notice how when it's not moving, it looks just fine. When it's moving, it's wobbling a little bit, but when it's stopped it from moving, it looks just fine. So I don't really worry about wonky cups. But like wonky vases, no, 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 no wonky
It don't
vases.
work.
Wonky vases don't look right, unless that's what you're going for. Scarlett, get out of my chair.
I'll make a wonky face and do a freestyle painting.
Okay,
I'll
and
put some
watch.
wheels on that
Watch.
thing.
This doesn't take long. Watch.
Wait though. Let me get my.
Okay, I'll
I
wait.
just had my camera right here.
All right. Watch.
Let me sip this beer right before we do.
All right, sip your beer. None of us are drunk. We're not getting drunk tonight.
No, we're just having a buzz.
No, we're not. There's not enough beer to get a buzz. We only got
It's
six
just a
of them.
regular day.
There's only six of them.
A regular day is what it is.
All right.
Right.
Centering. It's got a wobble in it. Oh, it came off the bat. Crap. It's got water in it.
I'm gonna stop this video and start on the next one.
No, just get it. Wait till I get this thing attached right.
Get it attached right now. Yeah.
There we go. It's attached right.
Got it?
Yeah. It's a lumpy piece of clay. If you don't start with a well-centered piece of clay, you're gonna mess it up. It's really important to start with something that's perfectly centered.
It was probably like the way I molded it because it was probably one of the ones that was broken up. Like most of them were not broke up. I just cut them.
For
Probably
some
something to
reason,
do
it's
when I was trying to pound them out. It was like a leftover, you know. The ones on the back are all just straight
start with the
pieces.
center hole, establish the bottom. That's just a wonky piece. It's like there's a dry piece of clay in this. It's like you got dry clay in it or something.
Didn't. It was all the clay I had.
This one's gonna be really wonky. Not really impressive throw on this one.
Well, you can quantify it, and I'll put it in my room for an ashtray.
No, it'll be a fine cup at the end.
It's looking good now. Badass to me.
A lumpy ass piece of clay. This is getting better. So when you make your when you make the grooves, oh, it's a wonky piece of clay. It's got dry clay and wet clay in it. That's why it's all off centered.
Get one of those back pieces when you make the next one.
Anyway,
All the back pieces.
this will be fine when it's finished. So you make a groove at the top first. And you just use three
so
fingers.
You do your finger inside the cup.
Yeah, press out from the inside. I don't want to press in from the outside because it would just make it narrower.
Yeah.
We want it to fill with liquid, so we press from the inside.
Yeah.
And then you just make the bottom groove. There we go. And even though it's all wobbly on the wheel, it'll be a perfect cup to drink out of when we're done.
And it sets. It's gonna get the gravity.
See? Looks like a good cup when you're done. And it was a very wonky piece of clay. It's still a good cup. And these cups, I sell them for $4. I'm not really gonna
You
put.
need to sell them for more than that.
No, they should be sold for $12,
$15.
but they sell a lot faster at $4 than they do at 12.
You should sell them for at least $10.
Yeah, in fact, I think when we go to Fairhope, we're not going to
$10.
sell anything for less than $10.
It's not worth it.
You know, I
And
would
with the glaze and
at the
everything.
rate I can make these cups, I would do just fine in money in terms of money, making them for $3.
Yeah, but make them $10.
But they do cost $1 in clay because it's a pound of clay, and
I know, but the
they cost like
artistry is what they're paying for.
they cost like 35 cents in firing and glazing. So I'd only make $1.65 off a
But
$3
but they're
cup.
not paying for the price of the clay. They're paying for your
But
expertise in the
if I'm
medium.
really in the groove, I can make 30 of these an hour.
Like that's like art. When I sell my art, I don't sell my art like my art needs to go for way more money than
Those
because
two
we're too
cups.
broke. We're too
Let's
broke.
make a coffee mug for something different.
Broke never woke. Broke never woke. Oh shit! I'm gonna put that on a t-shirt. Broke never woke.
What does that mean?
It means that they don't support art here because they don't have enough money to do it. They don't make shit. They're suppressed. Go upstate and see what happens when we get on the scene.
Woke
We'll
has
be
to be has to do with LGBTQ and all that other stuff. That doesn't make sense.
talking about
Anyway, anyway, let's not talk politics.
I
Uh,
wasn't talking politics.
so for this coffee mug, all my coffee mugs tonight are going to be unique. I'm not making the same coffee mug over and over because nobody ever buys one more than one coffee mug at a time. So
Coffee cups. People like coffee cups.
I like different coffee mugs. I don't really like. In fact, what I have is like my favorite coffee mug in the cabinet, and that's the only one I want to use. You know, until it breaks, and then I have to have a different favorite coffee mug. And my favorite coffee mug is actually a glass one. I don't know why. I've got ceramic ones, but I don't really like the ceramic ones for some reason.
I used to have a ceramic one, but it doesn't
I have
exist
I have
anymore.
a white glass
And then
that's
I have the ones you gave
I
me.
have these little white. This one. This is my favorite coffee mug in the house.
Yes,
And I didn't make it.
yeah.
It's
It's
got
just small.
these little swirl ripples in it, and it's a white glass coffee mug. I don't know why. I just really like it.
This is the one I like a lot.
Those were my dad's mugs. He bought a set of pottery.
I really like
I
these.
was so
It's
upset
got
when
yellow and
I
blue
never
and
told
red.
him, but I was upset when he bought a set of pottery that wasn't made by me. And mom never did that. She bought my pottery
Your mom's really cool
because
too.
he could have spent the same amount as he spent on that pottery set, and I could have made him a handmade one. There was no reason for him to
Yeah.
go.
But it's still a cool set. It still looks cool.
He was just I don't know. He was dad wasn't always there. He wasn't always
Dads aren't usually there for real.
he was well. Dad was always there for me, but he wasn't always there in his head because he had a mental illness like I do.
Yeah.
He kind of did it in a manic phase when he was buying a bunch of crap online.
Yeah, that happens.
I think
That's
he
part
ordered
of
it.
the manic
I think he
thing.
ordered the pottery set on Amazon. But it did bother me, and I never really told him. And I
This
told
one
him,
looks
"Yeah,
cool. I like
that's a
what you're
beautiful
doing.
pottery set that you
You
bought,
got
Dad."
this is a good piece of clay, right? I
I
did this one
supported it
right.
anyway.
I did this one right, right? This one's feeling good. There's
These
no
these feel kind of lumpy, like you.
these are still lumpy?
They feel lumpy. I don't know what you did, but
Man, like those are gonna be lumpy because those are the ends of it. I was trying to get 1 pound. You said 1 pound.
anyway, this is just a straight up and down mug. Now I'm gonna put a indention finger line in it. Yeah, I like that. A little smoother at the top. Give it a little lip, a little bit of a lip at the edge for the coffee to run down. And
That's a good looking cup.
I need my wood tool, my favorite wood tool. On the bottom of my mugs, I just trim them on the wheel.
Yeah.
I don't trim them on the. upside down.
Well, you're basically trimming them right now.
Yeah, this is really trimming them right now. But I don't trim a foot on them. My brother, he likes feet on every item I make, and I don't like making my feet on coffee mugs and cups, just because it's like it's like an extra process that I don't want to go through. But I guess I could, but it doesn't. To me, it doesn't improve it any. But to him, it does because it's glazed on the bottom. But I like them just fine with a flat bottom and a signature. Is all I
I
want.
like the fat bottom girls too.
But I will when I get my porcelain out that I bought yesterday. I bought two $100 boxes of porcelain, $2 a pound, so it's twice the price of this clay. I bought two boxes, and next week, now after this art walk's done, I'm gonna make him a set of work that's porcelain. I just visited his house in St. Louis last, not last, not this last weekend, but the weekend before, and I identified all the things he needs. He's got some different stuff that he needs to replace that's actually not my work, and he agrees he wants to replace it. He's like using a glass jar to put his coffee beans, and I want to replace that. He's got some jars with cork lids that he wants to replace with my pottery, and I got to get measurements for the corks and make it right. And then I want to make him a compost bowl with a lid next to the kitchen sink for him, so he can have a one right next to the sink, and when it fills up, he'll put it in his compost. And then I want to make him an umbrella holder for his front door. I want to make him a lot of planters for his house because he really loves planters and cactuses and things that don't require much maintenance. So I'm going to make him about 6 or 9 planters and oh, and baking dishes.
I like this.
He has a lot of my work, but he doesn't have very many
I
baking
like that
dishes.
cup right there. That cup right there is the one.
So what's next? Let's make another.
These bigger cups, you could put plants, and there's like little plants, like basil
They
and like
yeah.
basil,
Any of my
rosemary.
coffee mugs are cups
Yeah,
you can put a plant in, like a spice
I
plant.
want to grow like basil and all that shit.
So these items are kind of tedious and not really. I don't know. They don't involve a whole lot of art, but they involve a lot of experience that I have on the wheel. Uh, they're not as easy as they look. So like just making that ripple cup is pretty difficult most of the time. They're actually pretty thin, and they're pretty large. They're pretty large for 1 pound of clay. And I like my ripple cups to be nice and thin, so that you can hold a lot of liquid in them. I like them large, but lightweight. I don't like a heavy cup. Let's see here. I'm gonna make this coffee mug. I'm gonna make a pot-bellied coffee mug with a flat top on it. So stretch out the bottom first, press the clay so it doesn't crack. This ball of clay is much better in the last two
Good.
or three.
One,
Yeah,
other ones.
that's about tall enough for a coffee mug. I don't like it too. I don't like it too thin for a coffee mug. I said that. It's just thin coffee mug doesn't retain heat of the cup of the liquid as well as a thick one. Espresso, you drink it pretty fast. It's like you're done drinking your espresso in 2 minutes usually. And you want it in a thin little tiny cup. And I haven't seen a single espresso cup at any of the coffee shops in town like they have in France. In France, normally the espresso cup is very thin, and the latte cup will be thick. I'm gonna belly it out at the bottom, like I said, and then make a little indentation there. Go straight up. I think I want to make a bigger indentation there so it goes in a little bit. There we go. Nice coffee mug. Now, slight flare in the lip. Attention to detail makes a difference. Little details, not the big details. The little details makes a big difference. Just a detail in the finger lines or a detail in now in my cups, I don't really put a lot of detail into a cup, but I do in my coffee mug. Coffee mugs are just people have their favorite coffee mug, you know? You don't really have your favorite cup. Your favorite cup is the one that holds a lot of liquid and ice. That's your favorite cup.
Right here.
For a favorite coffee mug, you want to use your favorite coffee mug over and over because it's really perfect the way you want it. Just
That's cool though. I like this a lot.
the reason I like this coffee
Very
mug
well
so
done.
much is really the size of it. It's the perfect size for like a cup and a half of coffee,
The functionality.
and it's just it it's easy to clean because it's glass. Uh, it's got a one finger hole.
And the grooves are cool. Like
It's
you can hold it on the
I
side.
don't know. I just like the color of the glass. I like this cup.
It's your shit.
It's my favorite cup. Now I could make it. I don't actually have very much pottery in my house because usually somebody comes over and says, "Oh, I like that," and I just give it to them, or I sell it. You know,
We need to sell more. We're gonna sell more. Me and you are gonna sell
we
more
don't need to
art.
sell more. We need to make more.
We're gonna make more and sell
We
more.
need to make more and not worry about selling anything.
No, we're about to sell some stuff.
All right.
I'm gonna start going to New Orleans.
What do you think of that coffee mug? That look good? I think it's a good coffee mug.
I'm gonna go to New Orleans.
Charlotte, stay out of my lap while I'm working.
I can play music and make it up and make tips.
I'm gonna take a little half a cigarette break.
I'm gonna start doing that shit. You can make money doing
We
that.
got 8 pieces already.
And most of the rest of the clay is was just solid pieces. Like there was only a
Would you
few.
ball up those last pounds?
Yeah,
And
but
put the
those are the
rest.
ones that make it. It feels fucked up.
No, I'm gonna center them better. Put that last blob of clay in a bag. The one that doesn't measure out, put it in a bag. You don't want clay to dry out. Scraps.
Use that for anything, like just add on to an art piece. There was a guy that I used to watch. He was from Czech Republic. He did claymation with clay, and he was one of the first crazy. He did all these weird, crazy movies. I have to look it up, but this guy was one of the reasons where when I wanted to do artistic shit with clay. Like I was, he's got a really weird name, but he's from the Czech Republic. He does weird claymation art
We've
houses.
got an interested viewer. I wonder if it's mom. I wonder who the interested viewer is. They've been here for a while.
I hope it is your mom.
I doubt it's mom because what time is it? It's 10:10. Mom went to bed. Mom's not gonna stay up and watch Bobby.
Well, if it was, then I hope she knows how interested I am in this stuff. I'm a good dude.
Oh, this is full of cat
Don't
hair.
get the wrong idea about me.
Okay, another coffee mug. How about that? No, let's make a ripple cup this time. I need to make some more ripple cup again. This is a good
We
piece
gotta
of
eat
clay.
some food soon. I'm gonna put some pasta on soon.
All
Put
right.
the gnocchi on and make some
I'm
crab
gonna
sauce.
keep working while you cook, and then I'm gonna come eat on a plate in here on live. I want to keep the stream company.
Okay. Are you gonna make a different kind this time? The one you made just now, I got a really good
No,
video.
I'm making my standard ripple cup. You want to make a video of this one?
Yes. I
Okay.
can make really good videos of shit. I know angles.
All right. Let's do a video of this one. So first, start with the center hole and establishing the base, the bottom. The bottom needs to be just the right thickness to cut it off the bat. It also needs to be compressed. So you see me how I go back over it, back and forth, compressing the clay. That's to keep S cracks from forming in the bottom. And this is for a cup, ripple cup, so I'm going to make it pretty thin. And when you're throwing, you want it to be thinner at the top than at the bottom as you go. And then your last pull, you thin it out at the bottom to the even thickness as the top. So all these pulls, I'm doing more at the bottom than at the top in pressure. And then I let off because the top's already where it needs to be. So it looks easy, but there's a lot of practice. I mean, a lot of practice making these cups. I have made so many cups because cups, coffee mugs, and cereal bowls are what people want the most. It's small enough they can afford it, and it doesn't break the bank to buy a $10 piece. It's just like buying a hamburger. And
They need to buy a Happy Meal and a fucking value menu with the Big Mac meal.
I love
When they buy your cup, they need to buy a Big Mac meal, a Happy Meal, and another.
and the ones that buy more than one piece are the patrons.
I mean, people spending
I have
$5.50 on a Big Mac.
I used to always do the international festival. Every year I would do the international festival
I'm getting some frequency issues
at the
here.
French booth. At the French booth,
We
I
need
would
a brighter light.
I would set up for free at the I would set up for free at
We'll put
the international festival at the
flags
French booth,
on.
and because my mother would do the French booth, and the different schools would have their displays of French stuff from the French classes,
There we go.
and
Flags on. It looks better now.
I did it so often every year. When you do the same craft fair every year, every year, every year, every year, every year, there will be people that go to that craft fair every year that come directly to your booth with all their money because they only want your work. And like, there were like 3 or 4 patrons that I made, not a lot because it's Mobile, but there were 3 or 4 patrons that would come over there and clean me out of all my pottery. And that was always a lot of fun to try to prepare and make as many as I could. In the long run, when the patrons didn't show up, because some years the patrons didn't show up, and I sold nothing. Like I sold like 10 items, but when the patrons would show up, they would buy sets of cups and sets of bowls and sets of plates and casseroles and everything. One customer might spend $500, you know, because they came directly there on purpose and saved up for it even. But like trying to get a $500 painting sale at the international festival would never happen. Not in Mobile. They'll pay $50 for a painting, but they won't pay 500. And that I think about the money a lot because I always wanted to have a career in ceramics, but I'm over that now. I'm 46. I haven't ever had a career in ceramics really, other than a handful of patrons, and that's just not enough for a career. And Mobile's just not the place for it. If I had somebody marketing my work for me that was a professional marketer, yes, then I would have sold and had a career. Because there's no reason why I shouldn't have a career. I can make hundreds of these a day if I'm working all day. On average, I've averaged 300 a month off of pottery when I'm actually making it, just selling it myself because I don't do anything but put it on, tell people about it. I don't really have a lot of people to tell. It gets to a point where they bought so many they don't want it. Even my brother, when I say, "You want to buy all this art?" He's like, "No, I have enough. But if I want to give him free ones, he's always welcome in that still. So I don't know how to explain it. Everybody loves for you to artists to create, but that's not how you support an artist, just loving them. To really support an artist, you buy their work. I'm sorry, that's just the way it is. You got to buy it. You can't just go to Art Walk and be supporting art. You got to go to Art Walk and spend $200 every month. Or you're not supporting Art Walk. You're just a detriment to Art Walk. You're just making him set up just to show you his work, and then you don't even do anything for him. Terrible. So we're gonna do Art Walk. We might not sell a damn thing, but we're gonna do it anyway. We're gonna do Mobile and Fairhope. At least I am. I don't know about you. Maybe you can skip Mobile Art Walk, but I'm not because I'm not doing it for the money anymore, Ian. I'm gonna just rely on that love. People love art when they, even if they don't buy it, I'll just enjoy them loving the art. And if I did it that way, I would have made a lot more in the long run because the the feeling disheveled like you can't sell anything is the wrong way to feel when you're talented. And nobody ever says, "Oh, that's ugly. Oh, that's terrible." They all like it. It's just not everybody can afford it, and I need to just relax and not do it for the money. Like Ian's got the money on his mind. I'm 40, I've done this for 30 years now. I'm ready to give up on the money. Ready to give up on the money. And then when I give up on the money, I won't be making coffee mugs and cups and bowls anymore. But here I am making stuff to hopefully sell something. I don't know. If I made just one item for Art Walk, what kind of display is that? And I've only got 10 days, but I can make one kiln. I can only afford to fire one kiln load in the next 10 days. If I make one item, that's just not much for them to look at. But I'm going to make different glazed designs on all of these. It'll be something for them to enjoy and say, "Ooh, this is nice." Pick it up and look at it, check the price, whatever. I'd really like to make them cheap. I don't agree with Ian. I really would like to do these cups for $4, the bowls for $6 or 8 because you got to trim them. Coffee mugs for $5. That's what I really want to do because it's not about the money for me anymore. I want them to have something and then show it to somebody and say, "Look what I got. I got this for $5. Can you believe it?" And then you can get these at Art Walk from Doyle Hickman, and they come back, and you end up with patrons. Because just selling one item is no big deal to me. I want to sell them all. I enjoy making them. This streaming that I'm doing right now, I got a viewer. I don't know who you are, but I'm doing this for you, and this is more fun when I'm doing it for you than I'm just sitting here by myself on the wheel, or even just the video that I'm making. Somebody's gonna watch it, and it makes a lot more fun and a lot more sense to live stream while you make stuff, so that you have an audience. I much prefer having an audience.
I'm making gnocchi right now.
Making gnocchi?
Yes, sir.
I'm going for a cigarette break.
Well, let me get one. I'm gonna go get
You
some
have a
cigarettes
cigarette too.
later.
Give me those balls.
This one's not done yet. It's all. This one's all clusterfuck. How do you fix it?
You hand it to me.
Smack it. Smack the shit out of it.
Smack the shit out of it like a bitch.
Ah! Oh, you said it back.
Yeah, that was smacked. I got 2, 4, 6. Still got 8 balls. There's a ball up here. 9 balls. I'm gonna make all those into coffee mugs and cups. And then that's enough. 2, 4, 6, 8, 10, 11, 12, 13, 14, 15. 15 cups and mugs. That'll be plenty.
Hey, did you bring the salad out?
I didn't.
I'm gonna use it. I'm gonna make a salad with gnocchi.
Time for some more coffee, too. Got the French press sitting on the wheel. Oh, we're out of coffee, man. Yeah, you go before 11. No, it closes in 30 minutes, man. You need to go get some at Walmart. No, you're gonna have to go to the neighborhood market right around the corner and just get some.
Johnny don't realize the situation I'm dealing with.
I don't think they have whole bean coffee either. No, I don't want to fool with that. Rouse's is not open.
They close it.
Yeah, they close at 9. Yeah, they close early. They're a specialty store, frankly. Yes, please go get coffee. We need coffee for tonight. Oh, I've got 2 boxes of clay. I thought I only had 1 box left. I got 100 pounds of soft clay still. I've got 400. I've got 350 pounds of stiff clay in the van. I've got 350 pounds of stiff clay from an old shipment they got at First City Art Center. They gave me discount half price for the stiff clay. It's still soft enough where I can throw it, but I'm not going to throw it. I'm gonna use those 350 pounds to make 5 sculptures, 5 70-pound sculptures, and those will be big 37-inch sculptures. Is that Georgia and Fred? Yeah, Fred's in here. Y'all want to see my 2 black cats? Yeah. Oh, and most
And they don't mess with nobody.
they don't mess with nobody. They get along with the dogs. They don't hiss at the dogs. They don't scratch at the dogs.
They're good kids.
They protect themselves from the dog. If the dog pesters them, they'll claw them or whatever. If the dog's pestering them.
Yeah, but that's what
But they protect themselves from the dogs. But they don't tease the dogs. They stay out of the dog's area. They only come in the studio. They don't go anywhere else in the house.
beautiful.
That's my green eye. One of them's Georgia, the girl, has green eyes, and Fred, the boy, has brown eyes. She wants you to put her down. She loves the belly. She likes attention, but she don't like being held very much.
I just wanted to hold her because I.
Sometimes she's in a hold me mood, but
I've never held her before.
sometimes she's in a hold me mood, but it's not often. And when you hold her and she's in the mood, she'll purr in your arms and purr. But if she's not in the mood, she goes, "Yeah, put me down." And Fred, now pick him up. Fred loves a hug. You can hug him and kiss him. He loves a hug. He won't meow at you. Give him hugs and kisses. He loves that. He loves that.
Oh,
Fred loves hugs.
Fred, good boy.
Yeah.
Good boy, Fred.
Hold him from his bottom so he's not hanging. Yeah, he likes a hug. He might want to get down though. He might not like you hugging him. I'm not sure.
He's gonna get used to it.
Fred loves a hug from his papa.
He doesn't know me very
I hug him and kiss him. He's such a good cat. And Georgia, the girl cat, she brings camellias. This year she brought camellias and set them around my van.
well. And she set one around my car.
Yeah, set one around your car.
Next to by far.
Yep,
It was beautiful.
she most of the time she brings them in next to the food bowl, but she didn't bring any to
That's
the
a
food bowl
present.
this year.
She's saying thank you for being good to me. That's what she was saying. She was saying thank you, and I'm happy.
Yeah, it's her way of saying that she loves you. She brings camellias every winter. She brings camellias. She hasn't missed a single winter where she brings camellias every winter.
That's what Rick said. Rick said she's bringing camellias as a present.
She did it really late this year. She didn't do it at the beginning of the camellia season, but after a while, she decided to bring them, and she brings a bunch of them. She'll bring she'll bring 10 or 12 of them because I don't have any camellia bushes anywhere near my van, and it'll be 3 or 4 camellias around the van sometimes. Well, around the van this year, but usually she brings them in and sets them on the table in here. Brings them in through the doggy door and sets them on the table. Ever since we closed up the window, because she was coming through the window, when she came through the window last year, she would put them on the table and bring them in through the window. I think she's a little upset she can't go through the window anymore. Locked it off. They're the best cats. They only stay in the studio, and that's their main place is usually up on the wedging table. It's covered in cat hair. So all these pots have cat hair in them, but it doesn't do anything to the pot. It doesn't even mess up your wheel throwing. It doesn't do anything. It just disappears in the fire. But it's kind of when you have students and you have cat hair in their work, they don't really like it and they feel like it's dirty or something in the studio. It's just cat hair. I can't do anything about it. I don't teach the students anymore because I would rather be in the public on this live stream than actually be teaching a class. The main reason I don't teach students anymore because they would only take one class. They would find out it was difficult and didn't want to do it.
That's the reason why a lot of people, mental health professionals, tell us to just take drugs instead of dealing with the root problem.
Take medicine instead of
dealing with the root problem.
Well, Ian, when it comes to medicine and disability, a severely disabled person needs medication more than they need therapy because therapy won't take them out of it. You gotta understand that you have to get the right medicine, and it might take 10 years to get on the right medicine as a mentally ill person.
The stuff I'm taking, the Depakote that I'm taking right now is helping me.
Yeah, it's helped you a whole lot. And I got on Invega Sustenna shots instead of taking pills because I would forget to take my pills often or I would take them at the wrong time. Because when you take pills, your level goes up and down according to your pill time. And if you miss your pill time by 4 hours, it kind of throws you off a little bit. So I was always thrown off by when I would take my medicine. Now that I take a shot, my next shot's going to last 6 months. They have 6 month shot. So it stays at the proper level the whole time I'm on it, which is a lot better for my voices and a lot better for my mental stability, my emotional stability. They had me on Depakote too, but I didn't need it as much, so I weaned off of it. They put me on Depakote last September. I had a mental hospital break where I got so out of it manic that I had to go to the hospital. I was in the middle of teaching and all that stuff, and it just wasn't working out. Went to the hospital and they put me on a lot of Depakote, and I slept 18, 19 hours a day after that. So immediately when I got out of the hospital, I started slowly weaning off the Depakote they gave me in the hospital. And now I'm down to no Depakote. I don't take it at all. I'm not manic. I'm not emotionally unstable, and I'm doing well. But mental illness, I wouldn't want anybody to have mental illness. It's not fun at all. It really is debilitating. And I attribute, I guess I can attribute a lot of my lack of producing from my mental illness. So these live streams really help me produce. I don't know why. I enjoy being on the stream here. I can see that you're still somebody's still here sitting with me. It tells me there's a viewer. And I really enjoy doing these live streams. In mid January, like just 3 weeks ago, I deleted all my streams I had made. I deleted all my videos I had made with more delusions and still suffering because I was feeling like all this internet stuff is just bad, and I just on a whim I deleted everything, and I wish I hadn't done that because I deleted some 15-year-old music videos of me playing guitar and stuff, and really am disappointed I deleted all that stuff. But it is what it is. I deleted it, and I'll just start over. Um, I want to do these live streams every month, not all week long every week, but every month. When I'm working in clay, I want to be live. So that's what I'm doing right now. I'm going to be live until probably 6 a.m. tonight. I've got a lot of pieces to make. I've already got one, two, three, four, five, six, seven, eight, nine pieces. I've got another 50 to go, and I'm going to take it slow, not do too much at one time. Enjoy myself, chit chat. I invited my friend Johnny. It's 9. It's 10:30. Let me see if Johnny will come to the group. We got a message from Mom. I'm going to bed. I watched you making 3 bowls. Always amazed at how easy you make it look like. Cool. Mom watched some bowls. She went to bed. All right. Let me talk to Johnny and see if he'll come in on the. Tell him join me as a yes. He can be a guest in the video chat and be a part of the video, and I can put him on screen. So I can have up to 10 guests. If you are a Facebook friend and you're watching, message me on Facebook and I'll know you're watching, and I can send you a guest link and you can chat with us and be in the video. But if you want to be shy and don't want to be in the video, that's perfectly fine with me. I'm going to keep going here. Drink a little coffee. I'm going to have one more cigarette. Cigarettes are wonderful, but they're terrible for you. I really like tobacco. It's not surprising schizophrenics like tobacco because it calms their nerves. I don't know if it calms my nerves or I just need one because of addiction, but I really enjoy a cigar. It just really makes me feel good. And I have a tendency to be high energy. I have a tendency to be manic. I don't really have a tendency to be depressed, but I have a tendency to be manic. And that's my issue. I go so manic I can't slow down and can't sleep. And uh, I don't really, they say I'm bipolar and schizophrenic, but it's honestly, I'm just schizophrenic and manic. I'm not really depressed. I don't really get depressed. I have my philosophy sort of blocks out all depression. Uh, I don't just focus on negative things. I get so focusing on positive things that I get too high and I get too active. Like recently, last year, I don't know if you know me, but last year I posted a lot about business ideas because I had all these highfalutin ideas about this business I was creating in advertising. And I just kept having ideas and trying to, and I was working with AI, and AI was giving me all this confidence that was probably bullshit. And it was like telling me like my startup idea was worth 40 million when it was probably bullshit. And so I was going at it so furiously trying to get it done. And I spent $1,000 on a website building company, and they just absorbed the money, and I had to dump them and lost 1,000 on that. And I just really disappointed how I behaved in the last year before this hospitalization. That's why I'm in the ceramics now, trying to recenter myself into my art because it's just the art is more consistent for me. It it's not about the respect I get for it. It's just I need to enjoy the art. Whereas I've always done it for respect. That's it seems in my life. Like I'm always trying to earn this respect because I think I suffered trauma from my childhood where I don't know. I just don't feel. I think the trauma of being a schizophrenic makes you think that you're not good enough. Just being a schizophrenic makes you feel like you're not good enough. Being on disability makes you feel like you're not good enough in the world. So now I'm trying to do my art where I just rely on my disability for income and not seek the art to get off a disability, but seek the art to be an artist. That's all, not for any other reason. I think that doing that has really got me motivated to come back and make stuff like this art walk. I don't care if I don't sell anything. I just want to go set up and have some people admire it. You know, I really don't care if nothing sells. And I want to do it every month because it's a good, consistent way to keep producing. I definitely don't want to do art walk all over and over with the same work, you know, that I'm trying to pawn off on people. I don't want to be dependent on anyone this time in my art career. I want to be dependent on only myself, have my own voice, and I want to stop making all these dishes. So uh, after this art walk's over, I don't have very much time. I just got started in this back in it. So this time I want to make enough items to fill the kiln. And I'm more concerned about how many items are in the kiln right now than anything else. So I'm just making items to fill the kiln. But next art walk, I want to have some sculpture, you know, two or three out of this 350 pounds I just bought. I want to be done with that by the time next March art walk rolls around. I want to have those five sculptures that are 70 pounds each, and at art walk have sculpture, you know, that that's new every month. And then some sculpture, I just don't bring it to art walk anymore. I just bring the new stuff because I'm not bringing hundreds of items that are 37 inches to art walk over and over. No more than five or six, you know, because it's just too much shit to haul around. And I want five or six new items every month. And you can only fit really one of them in a kiln at a time. And with 5 days it takes to fire, I can only make six of them a month. So, you know, but I want to get to the point where I have art walk with really just five items that are sculpture. I don't really know why I'm making these dishes today, but I guess I am. I've got soft clay to make dishes and I've got stiff clay to make sculpture, but um, I don't see myself just showing up to art walk with one sculpture. So I guess that's why I'm making dishes because I don't want to show up to art walk with one sculpture. But I need to make things that are more interesting than these cups and bowls, so I don't want to make too many of these. I've got 15 cups and coffee mugs. I'm going to make eight cereal bowls, and that's it for the dish for the sellable dishes items. The rest of the stuff I'm making tonight is going to be teapots and casseroles, bigger items that are just not necessarily going to sell because they're so expensive. But I'm going to make some $150 casseroles, some $80 teapots, and maybe I'll throw four medium-sized vases tonight. What is it, dogs? Why are y'all wandering at the door? Y'all can't go out there. Stop it. Who's whining? Ginger? What you whining about? Good dog. This is my Ginger. She's the prettiest one in the house. She's got the pretty nose. She's got the pretty nose. Ginger, leave Scarlet alone. You always want all the love. You block all the love from the other dogs. Don't do that, Ginger. You thinking about it? Ginger's my brickhead. She's not the smartest, but she's a sweetheart. She gets the most jealous. She's the baby too. Pato and Layla are Ginger's mama. Pato had puppies with Layla 3 years ago. Oh, hold on. Yeah, Ginger's 3 years old last September. She was born in 2023. Your dad died. Right after dad died, Layla moved to my house and she was not fixed yet. And she had puppies with Pato, and then we fixed both of them. Layla had 9 puppies, and Ginger was the biggest puppy. She was my favorite because she was the cutest somehow, and she had the prettiest face. And so I kept Ginger. I love my Ginger. She likes being the number one puppy. She realizes she's the number one puppy. When she goes to see the other puppies at Laura's house, where there's 2 other puppies of Layla's, she's mean to those puppies and bullies them around because she thinks she's the best, and won't let them near me. So I don't ever let Ginger over to Laura's house. Ginger doesn't go to Laura's. But Layla and Pato go to Laura's, and they're sweet to their puppies. Layla's especially sweet to them. Layla's a really good mama dog. Anyway, let's throw another cup. I think I'll make another ripple cup. So making these ripple cups, the reason why those other ones were wonky, guess what? It's from the centering I'm doing right now. So let's center it a little better this time and take a little more time to center it. I'll try to throw one that's perfect. It's not wonky at all. The last one I made was a lot less wonky, but those first two were really wonky. And it's because I didn't quite spend enough time centering it. Centering it is just that's where your piece starts, and it's what puts it in the middle of the wheel. When you don't have it in the middle of the wheel and you make a hole in the middle, guess what? One side's thicker than the other, and one side throws different than the other. You have one side throwing different than the other side, it's not going to be really round. It's going to be taller on one side than the other. It won't be level at the top of the cup, stuff like that. Okay, this is feeling good. Considered pretty good. You can see my hands moving ever so slightly. You don't want them to move at all. You don't want them to move at all. Not even ever so slightly. I mean, ever so slightly makes a difference. You're going to throw it an eighth-inch stick. Make it. You got to make it perfect because you're off a 16th of an inch, and that's half the thickness of the cup. Because these cups are only an eighth inch thick, nice and thin. Still not quite there. Just take my time. Perfectly centered. Yeah, that feels good. Feels right. It doesn't move in your hands at all, at all, at all. Just the slightest movement. Now, even with a big ball of clay that's 20 pounds, just the slightest movement will throw off your entire vase. And then going slower with your movements. Not when you're centering, but slower with your movements when you're throwing the piece and changing its shape. Going slower actually allows you to go more passes over it, more rotations per quarter inch that you move your fingers. Having more rotations gives it more control. So if you go slow, you have more control of the piece. So when you're starting out your piece, you're really doing a lot of clay movement because you're making that hole in the center. Slow down on making the hole in the center if you want to make a really well made piece. Slow down on your first pull. Slow down on the first pull, and the last pull will be straighter. So I'm trying to slow down a little bit on this one. Not wheel spinning slower, but hands moving slower. Keep the wheel spinning always at about the same speed. You don't you have a pedal that changes speed, but you don't change speed to throw a piece. You do change speed from centering to throwing. Because when you center, you want to spin it as fast as you can, just so you have as much control as possible, as many rotations as possible. And you want to have a lot of pressure. You just want, with all that pressure, you want it rotating really fast to get it centered and really work it into the center. But when you start throwing, especially once it gets really thin, you want to slow your wheel down a little bit so you're not making, because it doesn't, I don't know, when you slow it down, when you slow down the rotations, you also have more control. A slower moving wheel, a slower moving wheel, you have more control, and more rotations, you have more control. So you slow it down and then go even slower with your hands.
I'm putting a banana over here. I'm putting a banana over here. That, that right here. Oh, you won't eat from it. Look, my dog got a whole bone in his mouth.
What kind of bone? Oh, a doggy bone, not a chicken bone.
Oh, I got some more. I got some more treats. Old Roy, long-lasting mini munchie bones. I got these for Scarlett's the main thing because she doesn't usually like the other bone.
She doesn't like,
Charlie, mini munchie bone.
she doesn't like the bigger bones.
Here, mini munchie bone.
She doesn't
Look,
like
she
it.
likes that.
She doesn't like stuff with plain flavor, like
Mini munchie bone.
a plain flavored bone. She's not really gonna
Mini
like
munchie
it.
bone.
She's used to eating chicken.
Here,
She wants something with
no,
flavor.
she likes this. This is a mini munchie bone.
If you find livers, chicken stuff with liver in it, she really loves liver.
This is highly digestible, helps control plaque and tartar through chewing action. Raw rice free. You already ate half.
I need to do more to find love of my material. You know, making these ripple cups is fun to me, but making bowls is not. I enjoy making this cup more than the bowl because the bowl is too easy, and this is a more complicated shape, and it's just, I don't know. I really like making a well made cup, but like you just can't just make cups all day. I've been kind of on a search. I'm on a new path. I'm kind of on a search to find what do I really like because I haven't really thought of it like that in the past. And what I really like is sales in the past. That's what I always liked. Oh, it's sold. Oh, it's sold. It was always fun to sell. I got to get over that and not look for sales. Port, wonderful. I'd love a glass of port. And so what I want to find love of is what I'm loving the creation, love of
Of
making,
doing it, of making it.
and what I love creating is big stuff.
That's the
You know,
key.
big stuff is what I love creating, and like off the wheel items, I love creating. I like creating off the wheel items more now than wheel items because the wheel has become boring to me. This I love this making this cup, but like after I make 30 of them, I don't want to make them for 2 months, you know. But just trying to figure it out what's best for me. Always seeking what's best. In the past, I just thought, should I do to sell more? What should I do to sell more? What should I do to sell more? Oh, make a big stock and then list them somewhere, or oh, make a big stock and then put them in galleries. And I would get so focused on making a lot of them that I wouldn't focus on what I was doing, which is kind of going on again right now, trying to focus on making a lot for Fairhope rather than what I'm doing, which is defeats the purpose. But somebody's gonna like these coffee mugs. Somebody's gonna like the coffee mugs and be like, "Well, I want one of those," and I'll be happy that they'll be using my work. So, like, functional stuff is something I'm very big and fond of because what I love is when somebody shows me photos of their food on the table with all my pottery holding it all. And that just makes me feel great. And that when somebody says, "Oh, the food is so much better when it's on your pottery," and to be consuming food and enjoy it more, you can tell from this belly, I love to eat food. So, like, any way you can make the food better is cool to me. And, like, there's something about those people that tell me, "I've been using your mug for 10 years. I drink out of it every day and wash it as soon as I'm done, and I use it every morning." That just is like, I feel like I've really accomplished something because I made their morning every morning as they drank their first cup of coffee and like, "Oh, it feels good to have this coffee. I'm so tired," and they're all in the world of my coffee mug all the time. That's something fun to an artist, being a world of people. And that's something I need to focus on is being a world. So I am doing a lot of dishes, but I'm doing it so I can be in the world of these art walk goers and maybe just I'm not going to make them expensive if they're open. I'm not going to make them expensive at Mobile. I'm going to keep it at $4 cups and $5 mugs and $8 bowls. It's just I don't need the money. What do I need to make a bowl for $20 for? I don't need their money. I want them to have my bowl. So I need to get rid of this money idea. Just let go and just make the items. And as I'm doing this right now, I want to enjoy it. I don't want to be here. Oh, I got to do this to get this done so that I have so many for and so much time and I don't want to spend too much time on each one or anything like that. Make them all unique. I made four bowls that are identical, but the next four aren't going to be identical. You need four identical ones just because the size that's necessary. Somebody wants that size. I think four is a good number to make in case they want four, a set of four. The next ones aren't going to be a set. They're going to be different sizes. These cups, of course, they got to be a pound because that's my standard cup. I want this ripple cup is just my favorite ripple cup, and it's about the function that it's a pound. Bowl doesn't matter if it's a pound; it functions as a bowl, whatever weight you do. That cup went right at 1 pound and trimmed the bottom, and make the ripples in it so you have feels good in your hand, and they just need one good cup, and they'll use that cup to drink out of all the time. Then glazing, when I glaze these Wednesday, I've got a helper, and my helper helps me to put more time into the glazing because having somebody there with you to glaze, it it extends the glazing time to where it's comfortable. Whereas otherwise, I would see it as a tedious event that I had to get all these glazed just in order to sell them. And I don't want to glaze them because really what I enjoy is the clay. I don't really enjoy glazing. That's just like coloring the pot. I really like the forms. But having somebody there to glaze with me, I would glaze Tuesday when they're out, but she's off work Wednesday. We're going to do it at 9 a.m. so that they'll be out on Friday on time. And I just love glazing with Heidi because not only does she participate in the glazing and help me get them glazed, but she helps me load them in the kiln. She helps me glaze them, and like a lot of times you got to dip them the first coat on them before you add any kind of coloration to it. And so she'll dip them all with me, and it's a lot less tedious when you got a friend that's excited about it, that's enjoying it way more than you are. Because I've done it millions of times, and Heidi's only done it like 8 times now. Has she ever done any glazing? She's in the new, and she just loves to do it. So having a helper that's new at ceramics is a lot more fun. Like Ian, he's never cut up balls and measured them on the scale. He was ready to do that and have fun, and he had fun doing that. I wasn't gonna have fun measuring out the clay. I've done that so many times; it's boring as fuck. Keeping clay wet is such a task. Got to keep the clay wet, and then oftentimes you got to dry it just to the right dryness. If it's too dry, it's no good. If it's too mushy, it's no good. You want, when you're trimming a bowl, it's got to be at the perfect dryness, or it can mess things up. So my rule of thumb is the most difficult part about clay is controlling the moisture just right. Even though you can add water to it and let it dry, working on it at the proper time is just, it's the most, I don't know. If you're like a real, if you're always, stop being noisy. Stop it. If you're always working in clay and you've got all this clay to manage the dryness of it, I don't know why it's so difficult, but it's like you might be gone somewhere or you have to go somewhere and then you come back and oh crap, it's too dry. Or you might start working on something and say, oh, this is too mushy. Or you might be carving something and you make a mistake because of the consistency of the clay. So, or like on the wheel, you got some dry clay in your wet clay and it's making lumpy, wobbly stuff. Because if it's stiffer than one side, if one side of your piece is stiffer than the other side, of course it's not going to throw round. So controlling that moisture, keeping dry clay dry and wet clay wet, and having consistently even moisture in your thrown items, it's just difficult. I mean, you know, it's just difficult. Whereas molding it and forming it is way easier than controlling the dryness. It just is to me. So I always think the hardest part about ceramics is controlling the moisture. Maybe other people, their hard part is uh, modeling something. But that to me, that part's easy. And the hard part is doing it at the right time and having the right schedule in your life. I think it has to do with my schizophrenia. It's like I forget things and my mind drifts and I don't, or forget to bag something and it gets too dry, or I might have to go to sleep because it's sleep time and I can't work. Like it's 11 p.m. right now. These bowls might be dry at like 2 a.m. tomorrow night, and then they'll be right at perfect consistency at 2 a.m. tomorrow night. If I'm not awake at that time, or if I'm not in the studio checking them, they could be ruined, or they could be ruined because when they get too dry, if you add water to it, it just turns to mush. But if it has water in it and you add water to it, it'll absorb the water without changing the shape because the clay dries so much and shrinks so much. Like when you see clay dried out in the sun on a summer's day, you see a clay puddle that dried out and you see cracks in it. Well, if you add water to it, it's going to expand back into that puddle, that full size of that puddle. And that change in shape destroys the clay shape as the water hits it. So a bone dry piece, you add water to it, it's going to turn to mush. But if the clay is moist already and you add water to it, it'll absorb it without changing the shape because it's already expanded. But if it shrinks too much, you add water to it, it expands so much that it pulverizes it. So that's what's so shitty about it. You might be in the middle of a sculpture and it got too dry and you're like, fuck, it's over with. I can't do anything with it. I can't add a piece of clay to it. I can't mush it around. I can't do anything with it. It's too dry. And a lot of times, like say if you have an apprentice that can only come over to your house for a certain period of time, a week, and they have a schedule and all that, and you're trying to keep a piece moist for like a month as they work on it on a large sculpture, it's not possible if they don't have undevoted time for you because you have to spray it every day and continually spray it to keep it, to the right moisture level. If it's not bagged up right, and I've just had all the most troubles I've had in pottery is when something's ruined because of dryness. If it's not ruined because of dryness, it always makes it as a piece. So that's what I think is the hardest part is the dryness. Because that's the only thing that's going to ruin your work. Like Scarlett bumped the bowl. Had she cracked a dry one, nothing I can do. But she bumped the bowl while it was wet. I can fix it. You know what I'm saying? So, like, if it was leather hard and she bumped the bowl, like halfway dry and she bumped the bowl, I'd have to add clay to it to fix the bump. If it was wet, I could just smooth it out. If it's bone dried, nothing I can do. So, like when you attach a coffee mug handle to a coffee mug, what happens if the coffee mug's too dry? Well, the handle cracks or it pops right off because you're putting a soft handle onto a dry piece. Or if it's too wet when you put the handle on it. Well, you squeeze the damn darn thing when you're trying to get the handle on there, you end up with a oval cup. You want it stiff enough to where it doesn't change shape as you put the handle on it, and you want it wet enough to where the handle will actually stick to it. And then when you dry it out, you want to dry it out slowly because if the handle dries before the cup does, well, it's going to crack where the connection is. So you got to put a coffee mug, like these coffee mugs, they got to have their handles on tomorrow. I can't wait and bag them up and do it Friday, because if I do it Friday, they'll have to have a bag over them to dry slowly and evenly, handle and cup at the same time. Otherwise, I'll have cracks in the handles when I fire it on Sunday. So these coffee mugs have to sit out drying the moment I made them, and the moment they're dry to get this all out in time. I mean, the moisture is a big deal. It's a big deal. That's the biggest headache in the studio is moisture, and that's what makes the clay so versatile too. because it works at so many different moisture levels. You can have mud. You can have mud and apply it. Like you can have a black clay that's black, and then apply a white clay and as a mud over the surface, and then carve through it. That's graffito. That's a cool design pattern that leaves dark lines in your white piece. Uh, all kinds of things you can do with the different consistencies of moisture. And like leather hard is like you can do the most with because you can add to it, you can subtract from it, you cut holes in it, you can fill that hole back up if you want and don't like it. You can, I mean, wet clay that's soft is kind of, it can't do much but smush it. But clay that's leather hard, you can carve it, you can fill the carving with clay if you want to and remove the carving. You can cut it in half, you can glue it back together if you cut it in half. You can stack pieces up big and tall. I mean, you can make huge things with leather hard clay, but soft clay you can't make huge things. It'll flop. It'll compress at the bottom, or you know. I mean, to me, it's more fun to work in leather hard clay. And like I'm doing all this wheel throwing stuff because it's quick, and I need to really start changing my focus and work more in leather hard clay. That's one thing I want to start doing. Work in leather hard clay and work with slabs because I love slabs of clay. They're fun to just some of the most interesting forms are made with slabs. I don't know if you've seen on Doyle pottery, but there was a student that made a slab form that I taught them, kind of directed them what to do and said, no, you need to do this and I'll show you what to do. And they made the decisions where the slabs would be and the shapes to cut and it was totally their piece, but I guided them into showing how to do it and what it would be. And they had no clue what it would be until they were done, and they were very satisfied with themselves as a beginner. And they'd never made a sculpture before out of clay. They made a substantial two lid with two different lids and two separate chambers, and it's a container that looks like an architecturally designed container with all these slabs going in different directions. Really beautiful piece. She chose a very poor glaze to glaze it with, but and she didn't experiment with the glaze and it didn't look the same on her experiment as it did on the piece. And I tried to help her with it, but she should not have used uh, a glaze from Amazon that I'd never seen before. She should have used the glazes that I had in the studio that I had results to show her what they would look like because it looked ugly after she glazed it. And I don't think she liked the color of it. And like when you don't like the color of your piece when it's done, you're not going to really like it. So she left it here for like a month without coming to pick it up until finally I said, can I have this piece? Can I sell it? Because I really like it and I think I could sell it if you don't want it. And she immediately that day came to get it because she's scared I was going to get rid of it. Really rude person. She runs Coastal Arts and she came here to really sniff up my butt to see what kind of studio I had. And as soon as she did, she never came back. She was investigating a competition. She owns another arts guild. She owned an art guild called Coastal Arts. She came up here just really to see what I had available and try to copy it at her place. She realized that she couldn't because she didn't have a kiln like mine, and she didn't have, the materials were too expensive and all that. She realized. So I taught her a lesson. Can't have a ceramic studio without 40 grand. If my parents had not bought this kiln that I have today, I would not be doing pottery today. I would have given up because I was so sick and tired of using those octagonal kilns that are only 2.5 inches thick that would melt I'd have to fire so hot to get decent work that it would destroy the electronics that I'd only get out of a $6,000 or $3,000 kiln was all I had, and it would last like 20 firings before it would start to fuck up or something and ruin a firing, and it was just not enough space to really fire a substantial load, and I had so many headaches with that stupid Paragon kiln that I bought and for $3,000, and eventually mom and dad dropped $8,000 for an industrial kiln. And you know what? Since 2015, the price of that industrial kiln has tripled to 24,000. They bought me an $8,000 custom made cart kiln. It's a cart kiln. It's got a cart that pulls out. You don't load it from the lid in the top, loading it from. Oh no, this is a cart kiln. You roll it in and out. You can walk all the way around the work, and you can. Oh, it's a beautiful, wonderful kiln. I knew exactly what I needed, and mom and dad finally said, "Yeah, we'll get it for you," and they got it for me. They didn't put the walkway in. I had to use credit cards and put in the walkway so I could roll pots back there on a cart. 15 years, I carried pots by hand to the kiln shed from my studio. And I was getting sick of that. So now I have wheels to roll it back there and a nice walkway that a friend of mine laid the concrete for. He gave me a sweet deal on that. He did it for $400 labor. I got it done for like 1,400 bucks. It was $1,000 worth of concrete. He did me a sweet deal. It took him 2 days, and he did it by hand. He mixed the concrete by hand, and so it would be cheaper. We could bought the sand and the Portland in bags, and if you do that, it's cheaper than buying a truckload. What a really sweet guy to do that for me. $400, and he worked 2 full days, solid, hard work. That was David Trest. He's a brick mason, hard working brick mason. Does really good bricks. So let's see. Let's make a coffee mug. I'm gonna finish this cigarette first. Glad somebody's still watching. I wonder who it is. Let's check my Facebook, see if y'all messaged. No, nobody messaged. So I don't know who you are, but I sure am enjoying talking to you. I think you can understand a little bit what it's like to be a potter like me after these years of with my mental illness and all this other bullshit I deal with, and the credibility of a ceramics artist in Mobile. They love a ceramics artist in Mobile. Everybody loves ceramics art that I know of. I don't know of anybody that doesn't like pottery at all, other than certain people that are maybe a car mechanic who prefers metal. But most people really love my pottery. But a lot of people don't have any interest in spending money on it. So I've got to find another way to enjoy this work other than money. And I've got to set it at a price that they would not care buying it for, you know. So, because I do want to get rid of them, I don't want to just collect stuff. I do like having a stock of pottery to sell, but I don't really want one. I would like to have a, I'd like to have a large stock of 37-inch items in the backyard, just filling up the backyard with 37-inch items. And when somebody comes over, they say, "Wow, look at all of these in the backyard," But of course, the weather wouldn't be good on them. But I don't know. I often find myself back here sitting at the wheel making 1 pound items, just like I am now, because I don't know, that's what they want really. They like the big ceramic art that I want to make. Nobody wants to spend $500 on a big ceramic art, honestly, in Mobile. Nobody, and even the patrons don't want to buy one. They don't. Even the patrons want more dishes. Everybody wants dishes. They just want dishes. I mean, that's why I made them made dishes so much in my life because they want the function. They want the function. People don't buy paintings very often for their home, but functional things, they buy them every week at their house. Like even food is something that functions because it gives you energy. So things that are associated with food are really easy to give to somebody or like, yeah. But anyway, next month, Art Walk, I'll probably have a bunch of these still available for sale because they won't buy them all. And I'll make sculptures to go along with them and just do less and less of these wheel thrown items throughout the year until I have a large setup of sculpture because I'm really going to put on a show. I'm not going to always do this for them to have something for free. Basically, I'm going to do this for myself, which is like credibility or I don't know somebody enjoying what they look at rather than somebody having to buy something. And this month, it's just one item to look at is not enough. But I could just make one large sculpture this week and fire it this Sunday and then have it out by Friday and glaze it Wednesday. It takes 2 days for each fire, and you got to fire it twice, and you need a day to glaze it also. So it's 5 days for each firing, and you can only do 6 firings a month. My kiln is 37 inches high. That's the biggest item I can make, and it's about 30 inches wide. On the diagonal, it's about, ooh, I don't know. The diagonal is probably about 40 inches wide. 42. It's a big square block. That's 29 by 29 by 37. It was an $8,000 kiln. That was a deal. We spent 3,000 raising the roof of the kiln shed just to fit it in there. Brian Smith did that work, and he did a bang up job. He put in 2 windows. He put in lighting, the much better lighting than I had, and the lights after 2015 fizzled out. And just 2 months ago, he put in LED lights, two new LED lights, and fixtures for them. And they're screw in LED lights, so now I can just replace the LED lights with screw in LED lights, and it's really bright in there and nice. And he replaced my fan that had fizzled out since 2015 and put a new fan motor. Just replaced the motor, so that was nice of him. It made it cheaper to replace it. Didn't have to replace the housing and everything. He did a good job on that, and he did it all for free. I just bought the materials, and in return, I'm firing his work. So I've got. Let me show you some of his work. I'll unplug the computer. Got some of his work here in the studio. Now the cat. Let me see. Brian Smith has made those works, and he's also a contractor in Mobile, and I've known him since college because he went to college with me. He took from Lloyd Patton, but he was gone out. He finished his classes before Tony Wright showed up, He finished with Lloyd Patton and got his degree in ceramics. And I've known him ever since. And he's the handyman for all the family I know in town, and all the friends and family. They all use him for handyman work. Excellent handyman. Does really quality work. Very good at carpentry. Really makes really nice porches and things, and wooden porches, and very very nice. And I'm firing his work for him in return for him doing that work for me and letting him use my glazes. It's kind of hard to buy glazes, and they're expensive, and it doesn't cost much to glaze one piece. But to have, see, I see, if you see that, I fill it up with glaze, and it costs about $300 to fill that garbage can with glaze. That's my shop glaze, and then I've got other colors that are in smaller buckets that I apply the colors on top of that shop glaze. I don't really care if everything's glazed the same for 30 years. It's not about the glaze to me. It's about the form that I made.
Make some coffee for it.
So I don't do a lot of experimentation with glaze. I never really have. Some potters are all into glaze and how they glazed it and what's next to glaze and all that. I don't get into the process of glazing, and I could, but it would just be another field that I'm not into. I'm into forms. I'm into cups in that shape, and the glaze on that cup does not matter to me at all. Stop it. Go take that somewhere else. Go on in the living room. Uh, the glaze on the cup does not matter to me as long as the cup has a functional coating of glaze. I don't really care what color it is. You know, it's a nice cup according to its size, its shape, the way it was made. I like clay. I'm not into glaze. Why did I choose clay over painting and drawing? Because you don't see ancient Egyptian paintings. You see ancient Egyptian pottery. You know, a ceramic item lasts a lot longer than a painting. A lot longer. So I'm like, am I going to be remembered as an artist? I better do ceramics. And that's why I chose ceramics. And I was already really good at the wheel. And then Lloyd Patton told me all about that, how really got me enthusiastic about clay more than any other department at the college, because I was a I was a I was a studio major, but I was going to major in three different aspects of the studio. I wanted to do painting, I wanted to do ceramics, and I wanted to do sculpture. But instead, I just focused on ceramics because of Lloyd Patton's advice that if you do paintings and drawings, they don't last thousands of years. So, you know, I might make a coffee mug that lasts 10,000 years. It's possible, but I'm not going to make a painting that lasts that long. And I'm sure by now I'll be on Antiques Roadshow 100 years from now, because they'll figure out there was a potter named Doyle Hickman because I signed my name on the bottom. One thing I learned is over time was about signatures. I used to sign an emblem of DH emblem, Doyle Hickman emblem, and I started in high school. And by the time college went around, it became a more flared up emblem. I had just more flair to the emblem and had more lines to it. And I kept doing that emblem till about, I don't know, about 2006 or 2007. Some potter at a craft fair said, "Why do you put this emblem on your pottery? Nobody knows who you are. You got to write your name. Really got to write your name, Doyle. And he said he bought a piece from me, asked me to take a Sharpie and write my name on it. And I thought about that, hit me hard when he wanted my Sharpie name on the bottom of my piece. And it hit me hard, and I realized that guy's right. If you want people to know who you are, you're never going to know who you are with an emblem. Or at least it'll take them, they'll have to be a genius somehow to figure out this emblem is Doyle Hickman in Mobile, Alabama. You know, when they find the piece in Colorado that my sister broke in the back, left in her backyard or something. They will, if you're an artist, don't write some initials. Don't just write your name, write the date too. At least write the year. You don't have to write the day and the month, big deal. But write the year and write the name, the whole name, Doyle Hickman. Well, just recently, I've decided to quit writing Hickman and just put Doyle. Doyle's good enough. It's a pretty rare name, and I'm the only Doyle potter in Mobile, so I think I'll be fine with that. But Doyle, I really should maybe go back to writing Doyle Hickman. I think I will. Just thinking of this right now. The Doyle Hickman really lands at home as to who Doyle is because there's one other Doyle Hickman that I know of in the country that I've seen on Facebook, and Doyle Hickman is a very rare name, so that should work better than just Doyle because Doyle is a very famous name that's an Irish clan. So I do need to write Doyle Hickman. Yeah, I think it's all right. And I haven't signed anything 2026 yet because the last load I fired, I accidentally signed them all 2025 and forgot. Firing in, let's see, I did a firing. What was my last firing? No, it was in 2025. It was Christmas week was my last firing. Did I do one in January? Yeah, I did one in January. My brother's, just now, my brother's load of pottery he got in January was all signed 2025 on accident. I went to St. Louis a few weeks ago, 2 weeks ago, and got a kiln load done before I left and brought it all to him. Well, it was half a kiln load, just enough to fill the suitcases. We filled suitcases with it because we were flying, and they all made it. Luckily, even though they had to put them under the plane as valet bags, Mom put tape with written fragile on all of them, and my bag was small enough for it to be a carry-on in that little plane, but hers was too big, and they had to put it under the plane, and they took good care of it. They didn't break it. And then in the next flight, it was a bigger flight, and she put it in the above compartment over the seat. And, they all made it, not a single broken one. Just recently, the Christmas load I made went to a bunch of pots went to Nicaragua with my mom when she went to see my sister's place in Nicaragua. Brought pots to my sister, and half of them were broken in the suitcase. Really disappointing to me, especially when I make a load of pottery, put it in a suitcase, and then half of it's broken. It's just a complete waste of time to me. And it's very disappointing for the artists to know all the stuff broke. Oh crap, I didn't get anything. All the sets are imperfect, and there's sets of three and stuff like that. My sister is very picky about her pottery, and she hates broken pottery. She hates broken pottery. She cries when some of them break. She'll cry. She will cry when some of them break. She loves my pottery, but I love my sister to death, but she has not bought enough of them. She is very picky with her money, and she is not interested in giving it to her brother for any reason whatsoever. So, all right, let's make something. Coffee mug. What kind of coffee mug? I'm gonna make a straight up and down coffee mug. Make a nice finger pattern on it. Nice spiral on it. If Tom and Trina are watching. Maybe that's who's watching. Trina or Tom. Probably got me on the big screen in their living room. Like, this is fun watching Doyle from our house. I wouldn't be surprised if Tom and Trina were watching. Tom, if that's you watching, text me on the phone. If you're a friend of mine and you got my phone number, text me to let me know you're watching. I'd love to know who's watching. I see one person watching, could be some stranger on YouTube, but one person watching. It must be a friend because they keep watching. So let's see. That's centered. Establish the bottom first, the entire bottom. Establish it first. Press the clay. I'll leave enough to where I can cut it off of there without. It leaves a little bit of clay on the wheel when you cut it off. You don't want it thick enough. You want it thick enough to where you have a thin bottom. I don't want any weight in the bottom. Something that's heavy on the bottom just doesn't feel good in your hand. It's almost there. There we go. That's enough coffee wood. Slight flare at the lip. I like always to have a slight flare at the lip. See that slight flare in the top? Hey, stop it. Now I'm going to give it a nice finger mark. Let's see if you can see that on there. See that nice finger mark? I'm going to belly it out just a little, just a tiny bit. Make a smooth area right at the top, right at the top half inch. There we go. That's a nice mug. Ginger, getting on camera? Scarlett being mean to you? Don't take Scarlett's toy. That's her toy. She's playing with it. I wasn't taking her toy. I'm not even paying attention to her toy, Papa. She's just growling at me because she thinks I'm going to take it. I don't care about that toy. You care more about your Papa than that toy, huh, Scarlett? Huh, Ginger? Papa's making pottery. Look at that coffee mug. Let me see how it looks on the video. Let me get a close up of it so y'all can see a little better. Belly at the bottom. And that's what attention to small details makes it probably more than the last one. And you can see the finger lines in it. It'll look really good when it's glazed. I'll put a nice handle on it. It'll be a good functional mug. Cut it off the wheel. Did I cut it off yet? No. Just make sure I didn't make it too thin. Nope, it's good. The bottom is good. Put this up on the shelf to dry. Gonna put the handle on it tomorrow night. Make some more items. I'll probably throw my vases tomorrow night. I want to throw. I use stiff clay. That stiff clay that I bought yesterday on discount from First City Art. They had 11 boxes of 240 white stoneware that they bought like a year ago. Never sold. That some of it they never sold or forgot to sell it in time. They restocked it over and over, and they forgot some boxes got left behind. Anyway, they got stiff and they gave me half price for them. They're really still soft though. Let's see here. Where's Johnny? Now, Johnny, I asked you to come on as a guest. Where you gonna go? You gonna come on as a guest? What? Come on, Johnny. Where you at, Johnny? I want you commenting in the video. What? What's up? Question mark. Why isn't he responding? I'd like Johnny to come in on the video. Back to streaming on. We got three coffee mugs and 3 cups. What's next? Another 1 pound item, so it's gonna be a cup or a coffee mug. Which is it gonna be? I'll make a cup this time. I do need something to drink, so let me go get some more coffee. Dinner is almost ready. I'm gonna eat here in the studio. Love to find out who's watching. I don't know who you are, but I sure am happy somebody's watching. All right. Put this in a better place so that the glare isn't on this computer at my head. Is what it is. I have a webcam that I purchased, but I haven't set it up yet. I'm gonna do that tomorrow, I think. Y'all are watching me off of my computer webcam. So I've got a computer on a chair next to me. Oh, that's good coffee. Finish this cigarette and throw this cup. What's been my most successful piece? I have one particular piece that was the most successful that I made in college, of course. I named it Centuries. Put it in the tricentennial competition with my teacher who entered the competition also. And it was not a competition but an exhibition that had awards. And I had 2 pieces in that show. Centuries, which was like a boat shaped thing that was about 4 feet wide and about 4.5 feet tall, and it had a boat shaped thing with a big vase in the center of it, and it looked like a sort of like an old galley ship with and it was coil built. I don't know if I mean I can pull it up in the I present a picture from my computer, and I do believe I have it on my computer image file. Let me pull it up from the computer. I'll show you my most successful art piece I've ever made. I say it's successful because it won 2 awards. It won it won best of show. This won best of show in when did it win best of show? In 2001, I think it was. In 2001, I got best of show in the student art show, and they gave me a $500 prize for that best of show to spend on whatever I wanted. It was just free money. Then the same year or the next year, I think it was the next year, in 2002 or 2003, I entered it into the Tricentennial Show and Mobile Tricentennial Art Exhibition. And It was put on by the Arts Council or the museum or something, and I think it was put on by the museum. Anyhow, it was in a gallery downtown that they did the show, and I got third place in that show, and I gave me a $300 reward for that third place. And my teacher entered into the same show and didn't get an award. He got an honorable mention, and he actually got a purchase prize also because the museum purchased his piece for $1,400. And I had this thing listed for 1,200 at the time, and they didn't purchase the museum didn't purchase it, and so I was a little disappointed I didn't get a purchase prize, and nobody purchased it. And that same year, I put it in uh, the Alabama Clay Conference. No, it wasn't the Alabama Clay Conference. It was some other show at the 301 space I put it in. And they liked it so much at the 301 space, it got an honorable mention in that show. And they liked it so much, they kept it for extended stay. And they kept it at the 301 space for a year. And I had it listed for $750 at the time at that 301 space. And somebody from Fairhope, they said, almost purchased it and just decided not to for some reason. So it stayed in my house, my mom's house, for 20 some odd years. And then the dog knocked that piece out of the center of it and broke it in a billion pieces. And mom just has the base of it, and she puts a plant in the middle of it, a fern. She puts a fern in the middle of it. Anyway, I wish the museum had purchased it, but that was my most successful piece because I never sold it, and I got $800 for it, and I won 2 awards with it, and it was just a really successful piece. And when I started the piece, I had no plan. I first started at the very bottom of it. You can see an S-shaped base. You see the bottom of it's a slight S shape. And I started with a slab of clay with a slight S shape, and I just wanted to build a coil sculpture on top of it. And I started building it, and I got that bottom piece about halfway built up, right where you see the pattern in the bottom of it, the very pattern in the bottom of it. I got that part done, and I said, "What am I going to do with this?" So I got on the chalkboard in the ceramic studio in South, and I started doing drawings of what I would do from there up. And those drawings really helped me finish the piece because I drew it just like that. And I said, "This is what I want to make. I'm going to make this." So I finished it, built it up like that, and then finished it. And the S shape of the bottom made it just right so that it would stand up properly without being too tipsy turvy. And it just came together so well. And they gave me best of show in the arts in the student show, and I was so happy about that best of show. And then the third place, I was really happy about third place in a established competition with a lot of really good state artists and regional artists because the tricentennial competition was not just Mobilians, it was regional art show, and it was really something to get third place in that. I felt really good about it, and then of course beating all the other students was fun too. And never really gotten any other recognition for any work. I've gotten awards with other work. Uh, I've gotten first places and things like that. Probably 4 or 5 other first places before. I don't remember they were in high school and in college. Never did I place in anything outside of college and high school and grade school. My first art award was in the 4th grade. Where I just did in the 4th grade, I took a class at Carver Elementary in Montgomery, and I took a extracurricular after school art class. boy, did I go to every single one of those art classes. And I remember the teacher was named Mr. Arisman. He's probably passed away by now, but he was old then. He was in his 50s then. And Mr. Arisman was really kind to me and let me do whatever he didn't let me, no, he didn't exactly let me do whatever I wanted. He told me to enter into this competition and he wanted me to make a sculpture out of paper mache. And he gave me all these paper tubes and different paper boxes, cardboard boxes, and materials to make my sculpture. He said, make it from these materials. And he said, you got to use these materials and it's got to be paper mache and you got to make a sculpture of something. And so for some reason, I came up with, well, this long paper tube had a really long dowel tube that was about a 3 inches wide tube that was like 8 feet long, a hard paper tube. So I could make this into a giant nail and just put a cone on the end of it where the point is and put a head on the other end and it would be a nail. And I did that and I painted it gray like a nail with metallic gray paint. Well, that was so amazing for a fourth grader at the show that it went to state competition. It graduated from one show and then went to state. And I won the state competition for art for the fourth graders in sculpture. And I did a painting that I entered into that. My first painting I ever did in acrylic was in that class. First time I ever did acrylic. Before then, I had done watercolors some as a kid. That my mom had bought me watercolors, but I'd never done any kind of real painting on canvas with acrylic. And he gave me a canvas. No, he gave me a piece of poster board, and I painted. He wanted me to paint a painting from a picture out of a magazine. He gave me a huge stack of magazines. He said, pick something out of this magazine to paint. And he wouldn't let me paint whatever I wanted. I wanted to paint a flower with a butterfly on it. He says, no, you can't do that. You got to do something out of this book and paint something out of this book for my first painting out of these magazines. And I chose skyscrapers in New York, a picture of some skyscrapers in New York. And I painted it, and I said, and I asked Mr. Ehrensman, how do I paint this? And how do I don't know if Ehrensman told me or I did it on my own, but I did it in perspective without ever having learned perspective drawing for buildings before. Maybe he told me the top of the building is smaller than the bottom of the building, and that's all he told me. Or he told me something like that, I guess. And I made buildings in perspective, looking from the bottom of them upward. And then after I drew the building, drew the painting, I painted the drawing because he told me to do a drawing and then paint the drawing. And I did for some reason I chose random colors to paint these buildings. I don't know why. I just wanted the colors to look good together, and I didn't really care about making it look like the colors in the paint in the picture because the colors in the picture were just gray and shiny, and I thought that was too difficult to do. So for some reason, I did a big black skyscraper with a green skyscraper on one side, a brown skyscraper on the other side of it, and mainly this big black one in the middle of the painting. And the black one had red windows, and the green one had like white windows, and the brown one had like green windows. And the sky was blue, of course, just plain blue. And I didn't do any clouds or anything. And it just looks so powerful of a painting that it really looks cool today. I love looking at it today. My mom has it at her house, and it won first place in the same competition as the nail. It got first place in painting for the fourth grade. So those were my first art awards, fourth grade. And then in the seventh grade, or the eighth, no, the seventh grade, I did a drawing of the back of the Capitol in perspective again, and I used a ruler mostly to do it, and I did it so well that I got first place in drawing in the seventh grade for the state, again, state competition again of all public schools. And Then, uh, then in the ninth grade, I did. No, I think that was the end of my awards in grade school. I think I won some sort of award in high school. I can't remember what it was. I did something in high school where it was like in the. Let's see, in high school, I was at no, in high school I sold art. That was the first time I ever sold art. I sold ceramics in my junior year in high school. I sold a bunch of ceramics to the teachers because they were so impressed with my ceramics. And I donated some of them to the school that I think they still have on display because they know I'm an artist in town and they keep my art on display in the school. And some coil pieces I did. A coil piece I did particularly of a coil vase with crackle glaze that I put ink in the crackles. Really nice coil vase. Really nice coil vase. And I think they still have it. That was it for my grade school awards. Then I got into awards at college. I haven't been in any competitions. I haven't had any exhibitions. I've never had an exhibition of my work as a solo show. Ever. Never. Nobody has ever exhibited my work as a retrospective or as a solo show. And I really could do a good solo show if I had one. One of my goals is with Ian to do a duo show in Manhattan. That's one of our goals. We want to do a duo show of Ian's paintings and my ceramics and any sculptures Ian does in Manhattan this December. And that's our goal this year, to get to Manhattan and do a show. Ian is my roommate and who pays me rent. He has already agreed on 2 trips. In April, we're going to Denver to see friends, to see our good friend Johnny that made us become friends. And awesome dinner. Awesome dinner. So I would like a cup of cold water. So we got gnocchi. Let me get this off the screen. All right. We've got gnocchi with cream sauce and chicken. And I've got a fire salad, they said. It's even got jalapenos and tomatoes and apples. And I'm gonna eat here. What was I talking about? So I was talking about something that was cool. Oh, Manhattan. We got plans for Manhattan. So after this art walk, I've got a goal to work in sculpture, like I said, and make large items, and hopefully have some of these items for this month left over for next art walk, and at least 4 to 5 large sculptures. Well, keep making these sculptures at full speed, one a week until May. By the end of May, we're going to take professional photographs of all the work we have, everything we have to show that we think's worth a crap. We're going to put it all in by a professional photographer, have it all photographed, put it into a portfolio with combined effort between me and Ian, and display it to galleries in Manhattan and try to find a gallery that'll host us.
We're gonna do it to all kinds of galleries, not just in Manhattan. We're
Yeah,
gonna do it. We're gonna do it in California. We're gonna do it in Florida, Miami, New Orleans, Louisiana. We're gonna apply to all the galleries all over the U.S.
we're going to apply to galleries all over the U.S., Ian says. And we're going to do our best work. Ian's currently working. I'm working on a 24 by on a 36 by 24 painting. I'm starting my pottery, and next week we're getting into sculpture products. I'm going to teach Ian sculpture. Oh, that is good gnocchi. Very, very good. Is that tarragon? Really delicious. Try this. What kind of dressing did you put on the salad? Red wine, vinegar, and olive oil. Did you put salt with it? Salt and pepper? Let's try the salad. Oh, that's good too. Good salad. Good vinaigrette. Garlic, go away. Yeah, the tomatoes and the apples in this salad taste good together. Is that jalapenos? Gosh, this gnocchi is so good. Whoever's watching, I wish you could taste this. It's really good. Ian is a chef. He was a he learned under Mr. Naaman at Naaman's Catering, and the Naamans taught him how to cook at first. And he worked at many different restaurants for the past 25 years. He's done some fine dining restaurants. Really good chef. Good stuff, Ian. Thank you. Mm. Oh, that's refreshing. Here we are eating at 11:30 p.m. It's late. Very welcomed. Gosh, I wish somebody could taste this tarragon gnocchi, tarragon cream sauce gnocchi. Did you put onions in this sauce? Onions and garlic. Wow. This is better than that blue cheese cream sauce you made. Oh, it's got a little Colby Jack in it. No wonder it's so good. Mm. Colby Jack, cream, tarragon, onions, and garlic. Wow, that's good. Very good. Charlotte, you can have one gnocchi. Ginger, you can have one gnocchi too. Good girl, Ginger. Very gentle. Where's Pato? Pato, you want a gnocchi? Come here, Pato. One gnocchi for Pato. Oh, you missed it. There you go, boy. Layla, she'll be fine without it. I'm eating the last gnocchi. This is the last gnocchi. You're not getting it, Scarlet. Mmm. I'm going to get the ginger lick the bowl. That's good sauce, huh, Ginger? That's really good sauce, huh, Ginger? You like that, baby? That's really tasty with the tarragon, huh, baby? That's the baby. She got the sauce. Oh, and the salad has just the slightest bit of onion in it. Oh, it's so good. Ian, this salad is the bomb. I love apples and tomatoes in a vinaigrette. You put just a few slivers of onion in there too.
It's all comes together like on this this salad didn't even eat cheese in it because you already had cheese in the sauce.
I don't necessarily like cheese in my salad.
Sometimes I do, sometimes I don't. It depends on the salad, what the composition is. If I have
Prefer
artichokes, I like a little bit of
when I
cheese.
do have cheese in the salad, I like really strong cheese. I don't like cheddar in my
I
salad.
like blue cheese. I like blue cheese in my salad. Feta. I like feta.
Or a
Now,
real strong cheese like Parmesan.
yeah, but feta with like an apple salad like this, feta would be good with this.
Yeah, it would. Or a Stilton Blue.
Still blue would be fire. Oh my, you were taking that for a whole hour and now you're back out here.
I'm sorry you didn't get anything
Mine
out of it.
looks physically bigger to me.
She's growing big time.
Yeah, like wheat looks bigger.
Excuse me.
Little bigger.
Excuse me.
Little bigger, maybe. And your belly bigger too.
Oh,
Little
there's my
fat girl.
viewer came back.
Little fat girl. My little fat girl.
I still have 6 more cup balls to throw. I've been talking more than working, but now I need a cigarette after dinner. I'll get back to work.
Well, I'm gonna put
You gonna do a video?
a video. Then you take a picture and then come back in that video when you start doing stuff again. And the more I do it, the better I'm gonna get at it. And if we start selling and making money again,
I'm not really worried about making money.
I have better doing it. I'm gonna get stronger.
You might not like the prices I sell stuff for.
Step apart from the Sunday painters.
No, I'm not a Sunday ceramics artist either. Ginger, were you licking that dressing out of the. You like vinegar, Ginger? That's weird. Scarlet, Scarlet, there's no food on the wheel. Get away. Is there any gnocchi left?
You can have.
Oh, don't worry about it. You eat it.
No,
I'm.
you can have.
I want it. Give it to
It's
me.
only about like 7 with some stuff.
Will you give it to me in a bowl with a fork?
Yeah.
Thank you, Ian. Oh, there's more gnocchi. Ooh, ooh, ooh. More for the belly. Very, very caloric. The gnocchi with cream sauce. No big deal though. It's too delicious not to eat it. I really don't need that gnocchi, and you could eat it. Well, I'll eat it if you're not going to. Well, let me eat it then. Oh, y'all stop that. Layla, come here. It's your turn. Come here, Layla. Get away, Scarlet. Here you go, Layla. You didn't get a gnocchi. There, you got a gnocchi. Everybody got a gnocchi except Maya. Layla, you lick the bowl. You did. Put the perfect amount of garlic. You roasted it too. It was really tasty. You used the Irish butter? Oh, it had Irish butter in it too. Very good gnocchi. I love it. Gnocchi and a cream sauce. That was scallops and the gnocchi and scallops. Ooh, big scallops, big wild Japanese scallops. Julienne carrots. Scarlet, go away. Go away. You're not getting any more. All gone. Scarlet. Scarlet is the biggest beggar dog. She's always jumping in my lap to ask. I don't want dogs jumping in my lap while I eat. You're always the worst beggar, Scarlet. The other dogs behave, and you always begging, Scarlet. Bad girl. Ginger's the best. She always waits and waits her turn. Don't you, Ginger? You're a good girl, just like your mama. You wait your turn for food. So does Pato. They all wait their turn. They wait until Papa's finished, or if they don't get any, they don't get any. They don't worry about it. Huh, Ginger? That's right, baby. You're a good girl. I gave you a gnocchi. I gave you a gnocchi, and you liked it. You got to lick the bowl because you're a good girl. Scarlet just can't figure it out. Scarlet can't figure it out. She gets to lick the bowl if she don't jump in my lap. Oh, Ginger wants petting. Want petting. You love me. You love to be loved, huh, Ginger? You like all the love. Ginger wants me to just love Ginger. I just love Ginger. I just love Ginger. I just love Ginger. I just love Ginger. Just Ginger. Just Ginger. Yeah, just Ginger. Just love Ginger. Ginger just wants to love. She don't care about the food. She wants to love. Huh, you want the love more than the food, huh, Ginger? You want the love more than the food. You ask for love way more than food. She's always demanding pets with her head, pushing my arm. She's gonna push my elbow in a second, asking for more pets. She is an attention hog, but she never bothers me for food, and she stays out of the picture. She usually sits behind me while I eat. Very respectful dog of her papa's food. Ginger, you're the prettiest dog in the world. Scarlet, you're the biggest beggar dog I got. Quit begging. No, there's no more food. Now stop it. I know you're crying for more food. You always cry for more food. You're a beggar dog. Stop begging for food. You had plenty. She got tears in her eyes because she didn't get enough gnocchi. You want all the gnocchi. Well, you're not getting it. She's still sniffing the bowl, thinking there's some in there. Charlotte, go away. Ian, ready to do some video? He went to the bathroom. Finish my after dinner cigarette and go back to work. Let's get my any text on my phone. Somebody's. I know who's watching. There's a text. Oh, it's Heidi saying thanks for sending the phone number. Let's see this live stuff. Doesn't say how many viewers on the YouTube live. Somebody's still watching. Well, welcome to Doyle Studio. A little bit more coffee. And I think I'm going to make a ripple cup because I've got 4 coffee mugs. Make another ripple cup. Cups are more important to center them better because crap is sliding. More ripple cups are more important to center better because they're so thin compared to a coffee mug. It makes a bigger difference. Get a perfect center on this thing. That's good. Perfect center. Make the hole. Establish the bottom. Oh, part of this clay is drier than the other part. It's because they've sat so long on the back. The outer part of the clay is drier than the center of the ball. I should have bagged them up. I was going too slow. There's an air bubble underneath the piece on this one. Here, to go with it. There's a ripple cup. wonder if who's watching me is watching me on a big screen, a little screen. Oh, that fish smells wonderful.
Better because it's barely lit. My real lighter. Oh, flamethrower.
Don't burn yourself.
I did that one time. I did burn Rick on accident though. How is it out? It's out already. It runs out within like using it for like 1 time.
There, there's a good ripple cup. I want to stop cups for a little while. Would you give me a bag? One of those bags? We'll save these balls for later and do something other than cups. We're a little bored with cups. I turn this bag inside out because there's dust on the inside. I don't want the dust in the clay. Little things you do. Ian, you want to participate some? Were you busy?
It's messed up from him.
Leave the kitchen to Rick. Rick's got to do something.
He needs to fill up that.
The butane's on the table, I think it is.
That lighter goes through butane in like 5 seconds, and then $30 lighter.
It probably doesn't have a very large reservoir.
It's basically useless. Is basically what it is. You couldn't take that lighter with you and have a lighter for more than a minute. Use that lighter to get what do they call it? There's like little things that what is that called?
Would you do me a favor, Ian? Would you take the box from over there, pull out one bag out of the box, and cut that bag into 4 even pieces. Just hand them to me. Bowls, big large bowls. Way to go. You need a pointer tool to open. You got something? Don't cut too deep or it'll cut into the bag. I don't have anything to eat, baby. You want to give me a hug? I know you want more food, baby. I don't have any more gnocchi. The gnocchi's all gone. Did anybody lick the gnocchi pan?
Yeah.
You can let Scarlett lick the gnocchi pan.
I'll do that. I'll let y'all do that.
Get down.
It's a bad habit for me.
Get down.
Once they get too much grease in their belly, I don't even know how they can get there. My dog would
So cut that box into 4 even pieces and give it. You can put it on top of. So we're gonna make some large bowls next. 4 large bowls.
I'm gonna video that.
Don't cut the bag open. Don't cut the bag open anymore because I reuse these bags. Okay? Can this time, but next time keep the bag intact because they're used in the studio. Plastic bag is a potter's friend. Hey Georgia, you know, girl, I see you're crying, baby, but you don't need to be crying. You got gnocchi, you got dog treats today to be happy. You can be happy without food. You get plenty dog food. You get plenty
anybody's really watching. Some Instagram pages, shit like that. That's how we're gonna get our out. We're gonna have to.
Can you see me? I'm back. The computer ran out of batteries. Computer ran out of batteries, and because I unplugged it to show you some stuff, and now I'm back.
We need to make videos and post them on YouTube, and then we need to get an Instagram page that we update accordingly, and we say when we're gonna update.
Would you run an Instagram page? Because I don't want to run an Instagram
Yeah, I
page.
don't either.
I've already got the websites to
That's
run.
the problem. I don't have one because I don't want to run this page.
I've already got to run the websites, and I've got to run
Maybe
the
I can make
YouTube.
an AI bot to run it.
No,
I can get an AI bot.
I don't want AI doing anything for us, please. Okay, so we got clay to throw. So, a little bit stiff. Charlotte, get down. You're not eating the cat food. You're a bad doggy. She insists she needs something to eat because we ate. She has to have whatever we're eating. Just insists on something special, so she's going after the cat food. Climbed up on the table to get the cat food. Terrible dog. Charlotte, you stop that. All right, salad bowl. Ready to make a video? So for a larger ball, I make it to a point on the bottom. Then I just set it on the wheel. The point keeps too many air bubbles moving underneath it.
You're gonna wait until you start to get it molded out, and then
Yeah, I'll start when I'm centering it. Finish my cigarette.
Are you past me a cigarette?
Yeah, they're
You
right
got
there.
one right here. I am gonna play guitar at one point, but I'm not doing it for them. I'm just doing it for fun. I don't care what other people think. Now, if they buy shit, I care what they think, but only as soon as they give me the money for it.
What time is it? It's 12:30. I'm about halfway through what I want to do tonight. Or make these 4 bowls. I'm gonna make a teapot and a casserole.
I would like to see a teapot. Yeah, but can we make the thing for my snake before we get done?
Yeah, we'll make that last.
I just want to make it before we get done.
You want me to throw it? Make it round, perfectly round?
It doesn't matter as long as the snake is happy with it. It doesn't. I don't.
You want it to have a bottom?
I want it to just have like a place for it to get
You
in.
want it to have a bottom?
No, it doesn't need to have it because it has a heating pad under it. So it needs to be able to have access to the soil. It likes soil underneath it. It doesn't want to be its soil to be taken.
Would you collect all the bats off those shelving? Put them all in a stack somewhere close to me? What are called? These are bats. These things. Collect all the bats off that shelf.
Right here.
Yeah. I gotta use the restroom.
You need more bats than that. There's more bats over here under the.
Yeah, get all of them.
Shit. What are you about to make now?
A large salad bowl, a large serving bowl. What if we can turn up the heat in the house? Do you mind? Yeah. Warm it up in here. I'm kind of cold. Wait till he has his video camera ready. Ready?
1, 2. Serving bowl.
Yeah, large salad serving bowl. Something to serve from.
So when you're at this stage, do you already kind of know what kind of coloring you're gonna do, or do you do
No,
that
I don't
later?
even think about coloring.
That's the next step.
Honestly, I don't focus on coloring. Coloring is not really what I'm into. I do mainly form. I'm into form and working in the clay. I don't really care about the glaze, honestly.
Yeah,
Although some people are all about the glaze. I'm just more into the form.
it's more like architecture.
It's more from habit because I don't like to spend too much time glazing. I usually dip everything. I like to have a large quantity of glaze, and I'm not really concerned what color it is, so I usually make it all this everything the same colors. It's just the way I am as a potter. I
You do
just
stuff as a unit, like things together as like a series of stuff, and then you can use the same glaze, right?
yeah, and everything matches in the end.
Yeah, it's like a group of pottery.
So if you go to my brother's house and see all of his art items he has, they're mostly all the same glaze, and so everything matches.
Yeah, it's like if you get a thing of like plates and cups, you want them to match. So you have like a whole
Yeah,
like
so you can mix match the different sets, and they fit together as one.
so you could have a dinner and have all the same matching plates.
Yeah, no matter how many people, how many sets you want. So I leave about 3/4 of an inch of thickness in the bottom of these bowls. They got a pretty substantial foot to them. First pull you want to do pretty slowly. Keep your lip rounded out. Second pull is a little quicker. Bring the angle in the top a little bit. Still not straight. Flatten out the bottom a little bit. It's a little bit wobbly. See where's the left. See. All right. Big salad bowl. Pull the water off of it. Now I can't pull this off the wheel, but I am gonna leave. I'm gonna leave it on the bat, but I gotta run the wire off of it under it so that it'll come off of there at level on. Too long. We need a place to put this. Put it on the shoulder. That. little break in between. I don't want to be too rough. That last one was a little bit wonky. I want to do it better this time. Oh, I forgot to send Doug the live stream.
Mine is all the fucking covers lately.
Let me see. Well, www. I'm gonna search for it on my phone. Let's see. Share. Copy link. Yeah, I sent Doug the link. Doug wanted to see the link. So it says I got 2 viewers. I'm gonna do another salad bowl, serving bowl, large one. Need to finish my cigarette. That person left. This for me. Thank you.
I'm gonna put it up into part one and two. The other one's 4.5 minutes, and it's not gonna transfer. It's gonna be like, oh, this is too big. So I'm gonna wait until you start getting into it before I even start videoing. It's gonna take about
Little
4 or
shot
5
of
minutes.
Remy Martin. Get the buzz going. Sip. Coffee. You got coffee? What you listening to?
Cedar Rose.
Don't play music while I'm on live because otherwise it'll say copyright laws on playing. Otherwise it'll infringe copyright laws and won't be able to post it.
I post it all the time, videos from you.
Yeah,
You get around it sometimes.
Sometimes you do, sometimes you don't.
It depends on how many people are watching it.
I had some Miles Davis playing in a video and it blocked it after a while.
Playing something like
Play Johnny's music. Johnny didn't even respond tonight. Call Johnny.
well, let's do this video first. You can call Johnny after a minute.
Johnny on the live feed.
See, we can play this while we're doing the video. Videoing the video, and we can put this onto your site. This video onto your site or wherever, YouTube or whatever. People like this music with it too. It's more entertaining to them. I can just turn the music down so it's not too loud. We can still hear our voices and shit just in the background. This is my favorite album by Doyle.
And
Yeah.
one of his most recent ones. The more recent his work is, the better it is. He gets better as he goes. Sometimes his music's a little too dense, though. Too many sounds.
Just depends on what you're into. I always like his music. I've never heard a song by him I didn't like. I like all his shit.
I do like them all. Some of them are a little bit too noisy, though. Is there any beer left?
No. There's a whole bottle of port.
Oh, would I rather have port than whiskey? To this. I'm real slow with this one. Control movement. Narrower bowl. It's wobbly. Dip this in the clay or something. It's not gonna be a narrow bowl anymore. There it is. You still have a fluid in the top.
That second video was perfect. When you straightened it out, that looked good. Better at, like, I'm trying to get different angles so you can see all of the different things you're doing at one time.
No wonder it was wonky. It had a wobbly back pin.
Maybe there's something.
Can't throw with a wobbly back pin. This one will be better, maybe. You gotta turn it upside down to do that. You're just gonna let gas out of it and not liquid.
Whoa, man.
Why don't you turn the flame down?
Fuck. No, it's just because it caught some of that shit drizzling down. Drizzling down. That shit's changed. It should have a warning sign that says, "Do not use this lighter if you want to live long."
And cut this into 4 pieces. You don't gotta ball them up and send them to me.
Well, these are my pottery clothes from now on. My Monet shirt and these jeans.
Why haven't they called my nail on there?
Just
Inside out?
turn inside out. I do that when I paint too. When I paint, I turn my shirt inside out.
The clay washes off, man. Washes off
Well,
completely.
we got to get a washer and dryer here first, you know. Or I can't walk in. I'm trying to make my shit last until we get it over here and get the dryer fixed. And your sheets and blankets need to get warm.
Yeah.
Your dogs peed on your blanket today. Like when I got up, they had
Which
peed.
blanket? The gray blanket?
No, the sheet. We left the sheet on the ground and they peed on it. Because when I first woke up, my dog hadn't been out
This morning? Oh,
when I got up. Yeah. And there was shit behind it too. They had shit and like earlier.
Oh, crap.
It looked like a It looked like a. It could have been a.
It wasn't a doggy shit?
It wasn't a
Maya
Maya
shit?
shit. I know what Maya shit looks like. Her shit's darker.
Crap, now my dog is just in the house.
Yeah, well, they didn't want to go outside. It was cold. When I saw it, it was super cold outside. They didn't want to go outside. They'll do it sometimes if they don't want to go outside.
They've never done it before. They're doing it because your dog's doing it.
They did it in the same spot, but I knew it wasn't Maya because see, Maya just woke up and it was already there before Maya came out of my room. Maya was still in my room.
I bet it was a scarlet shit.
Yeah, and they had pissed on the. You left the sheet, the white sheet on the ground, and they pissed on the white sheet. It was like draped over your bed, like going off your bed.
Crap.
She's gonna quit doing it soon. She's doing it less. I'm seeing her piss more outside. When I take her outside, she pisses every time. So you're gonna throw the thing for my snake? You're just gonna throw it? You can throw it on here. You can throw something like that would work for a cave on here.
Yeah.
You can just throw it like a bowl and then make a cutout or something. I don't know how you do that. Like a little hole for it to get inside of. It doesn't need a
You look like an upside down baking dish with a hole in the side.
Yeah. It just
Sure
needs to
look like
look
an
like a
upside down
bowl.
baking dish with
Yeah.
a hole in the side.
Yeah, a baking dish with a little hole in it. That's all you need.
Upside down.
Yeah. Same thing. Upside down, right? Same thing, really. Just turn it upside.
Man, yeah.
Somebody help you take them out?
Yeah, Rick did. That's the back seats. That's the back seat side.
That's not the other seat.
No.
We get the other seats out, we get the washer and the dryer in one swoop.
Starting to yawn.
Yeah, you're not gonna be able to do what you're we get to another. Once we get this shit done, we'll be pretty much done. And then we can start again
I think I'm
tomorrow.
gonna throw these 5 bowls, make your snake thing, and then work tomorrow.
Yeah, let's do that.
Get some sleep, actually.
I'm gonna work on some music. This song just too. Made a drum beat last night. And do all this manipulation. I'm gonna make a sick bass part. And I'm gonna put the.
Sleepy.
See, my shit's gonna have like electric guitar to it. But I like synthesizer a lot. I love synthesizer. I could girl that already got really good one. You gotta spend like $5 grand to get like an old school, really good synth. Good, I would have already play piano really good. I can play okay. Professional. I'm good at playing guitar too. Not that many people can play guitar and sing at the same time. And the tempo, you gotta keep the tempo. People think you can just keep the tempo. No, you gotta keep the tempo. You can't play with drums. Information of me.
It's a plastic bag. Give me a plastic bag off that table. Ending the stream early. We'll stop in about 30 minutes. I'm gonna have a glass of port and go to bed.
I'm gonna have a glass of port and make some music in my room.
Guitar?
No, I'm gonna make synthesizer and drum machines and bass.
Why'd you paint?
Because I don't want to paint. I want to make music right now. I'm gonna paint tomorrow. I like to paint when everybody's awake and doing shit. I don't like painting alone in my room. It's too claustrophobic in my room. It's like I need to organize. I don't like being in there when they're playing. The dogs would like get all distracted and try to play with it. I'm gonna paint tomorrow.
All right.
I'll get to the point where I paint every day, but I'm not there yet. I do need to work on those paintings, but I also have to make sure that I was gonna do. Like I didn't right either because like I wanted to watch you do pottery, and I was going over there, and then Damon was like, "Hey, what's up?" And I was like, "Well, I don't. I'd rather just stay around here. I don't want to go all the way to my house and go to Super Walmart. It's insane that they close at 11. Why do they close so early? Before Corona, they were open 24 hours a day. Then now forever they're closed till at 11. I don't know. Oh, bro. They turned that shit on long time. Yeah, shoot. They might just spread that disease. Make people feel the clothes like that. You want me to put it in a bottle?
No, I'll get it. I'm just taking a break.
I'm gonna start it back on this song whenever we do it. I like this one a lot. This is the title track, Saturation. What we're gonna do this technique or whatever.
Gotta drop 400 degrees. Uh, 80 degrees an hour. In 5 hours, it'll be ready to open. What time is it? At 6 a.m. we can open the kiln. Yeah. All right, let me make this tea so I can go to bed.
They're thinking that till 6 or something.
Yeah, I'm gonna get up at 7, at 8. Go open that thing. Get up. Well, no, I'm just gonna get up when I wake up. Not especially try to wake up, and then I'll be excited. And as soon as I see daylight in the window, I'll go open the kiln, look at it.
And not to make it too thick and whip, because it's not going to fit in the terrarium if it's too
It's
thick
gonna
and whip.
shrink. It's gonna shrink. There we go.
That's looking good now.
We'll cut the hole in it when it's leather hard. We'll cut the hole in it tomorrow.
Right.
Goodbye, everybody. That's it for tonight.